Honorable guests, colleagues, Printel community, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you today. I am Lilith Sargsyan, Yerevan State University Associate Professor. I'll be chairing Erasmus Plus Printel Final Dissemination Online Conference, which is devoted to change in classroom, with special focus on promoting innovative teaching and learning methods, a call to enhance students' learning experience. The honor of opening the conference is given to the Deputy Minister of Education, Science, Culture of the Republic of Armenia, Professor Karen Terchunyan.
Thank you for nice words and having you as today a chair of all the session. I am very pleased to have a welcome note here, as I was, the part of Printel project, and I have been also a trainer at Erasmus State University before going to the ministry. So I'm really happy that the program is successful, and the Erasmus State University has already trained more than 1,000 lecturers, and this is really important for us also as a ministry. And I hope that this program will also be part not only for Yerevan State University and partner universities, but also it will be implemented in the other universities which are not part of the project. And I welcome everybody for today, and hope that we will have Mr. Budarian, we will have the Printel Advanced program, hopeful in near future, and will be more trainers, and I hope I will try to join again and start again to have a new project if I will have time. Again, I welcome you everybody and have a successful day today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, I meet the acting rector of Yerevan State University, Hovhannes Hovhannisyan. Mr. Hovhannisyan, the floor is yours.
Okay, the host should allow me to talk. So I know how Zoom is working. So thank you very much for this final meeting, as I understand. And thank you very much for I'm acting director for almost a month, a bit more. And I have heard from Mr. Budarian about the project, about the success of the project and how the project worked, how the training process was implemented. And thank you, Lana Karlova, who is here, and for her enormous efforts in these different projects, Erasmus Plus projects, which our universities in Armenia benefit a lot. So in different aspects, and especially this project is also the enhancement of the skills of professors through the TOT and through the multipliers. So that was very important. And as Karen Terchunyan already mentioned, over 1,000 people were trained under this project, which we considered as a very, very important success and outcome of the project. We can say that this project has a real outcome, plus the technical part of the program, some new technologies which were brought to Yerevan State University, and in general, the change in the classroom. You know, maybe all of you, that the basic problem which we are facing now is the professional change and enhancement of skills. We want to have more skilled professors and teaching staff at Yerevan State University, which we intend to be a research university in the future. And for this reason, more of such kind of projects and research-based oriented projects or enhancement of research skills oriented projects would be very helpful for our university, and not only for our university, for all universities in Armenia. So one more time, thank you very much for all of you for this successful project, and hope these projects will be continuous, and the Yerevan State University will be a part of that projects and leading of some of the projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Hovhannisyan. Now, I would like to invite David Avakian. He's going to speak on behalf of the delegation of the EU to Armenia. Please, Mr. Avakian.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Well, I'm glad on behalf of the EU Ambassador Andrea Victorin to welcome this closing event of the project. I'm really glad that the project has also a regional dimension. As I can see, the participants were also from Vanadzor in Armenia, from Tel Aviv in Georgia, from Brest and Grodno in Belarus, and there was quite an impressive team from EU, from Belgium, Spain, Portugal, Sweden, and Austria. I would like to say that quality education is powered by excellence in teaching and learning. Innovation in education encourages students to research, explore, and use all the tools to discover something new. Innovation involves a new way of thinking, thereby it helps students to develop their creativity and problem-solving skills. As innovation is crucial for the constant development, evolution and empowerment of the process of transfer of and receiving the knowledge, I really highly value this project. When it comes to innovation, most of the people believe that innovation means using technology, new gadgets, or involves new inventions, but that's not really true. On the contrary, sometimes innovation is all about doing things just in new way. It requires to refresh the approach and process to do something differently. When it comes to innovation in education, the learning experience should be restructured to respond to the following criteria. It should be relevant to the changing interests. It should be pertinent to the emerging career path. Should be personalized to the students and should be responsive to the cultural and local, let's say, different circumstances. Innovation does not always mean creating something new from scratch, as I already said. Just like any other research project or science experiment, it depends on investigating an existing or ongoing project. And approaching it with fresh viewpoint to come up with a new, different solution. Therefore, I congratulate the team for implementation of this project, and I really give importance to the dissemination of the results achieved. I wish you fruitful discussion, and I would like to apologize myself because I have another meeting and pretty soon I have to leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Avakian. That was very important for us. Now, I would like to invite Lana Karlova. She is the head of the National Erasmus Plus office in Armenia. Please.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
On behalf of the National Erasmus Plus office in Armenia, I greet with the big pleasure all the participants, all the guests, and especially a big team of Printel project, 15 institutions from 8 countries. Your consortium is absolutely lucky. You started your activities in 2018 and 19 before the COVID time. And of course, you had your challenges in that time, but you had those fantastic opportunities to travel, to participate in trainings, to meet your colleagues in face-to-face, and discuss all the issues relating to teaching and learning in innovation matter. Of course, our ongoing projects, they meet many, many challenges. They don't have yet the opportunities to learn in another academic environment, but you were lucky, and it's a fantastic thing. The title of today's event, the final event, is Changing Classroom, but I want to say that all the core participants, you already are so different. It's like picture before, through and after. You really make changes in your own, in your minds, in your eyes, in your hearts, in your hands. And now the new generation destiny in your hands. It's always in your hands, and your preparation, your devotion, and making these changes continuous, and make your classroom, and I hope that your teaching responsibilities became already much more interactive, interesting, creative, productive, effective. It will be now and the future of Armenian higher education. We complain very, very often about the cohort of professors who are so far from the new techniques, new methodology, new technological language. But you now, you possess this knowledge and skills. And it's a very important, and I apply to the top administration of our institutions and especially participating universities, that the team should disseminate as much as possible the ability to work with the new technologies. You did already through these several years, but you have to make changes stable. You should maintain that and to preserve in your institutions and learn more and more. I'm very, very thankful to our European colleagues, to teams from Belgium, from Leuven, from Sweden, Linköping, from Spain, Barcelona, from Portugal, Porto, and from Austria, Graz. Thank you for your devotion, for your interesting trainings and your commitment. Today, we will hear about the achievements of our partner countries, our Armenian teams, Georgian teams, and Belarus teams. I hope you really had these changes. I congratulate Printel project with the absolutely best website we have among all these 30 capacity building projects. You can find the all information, detailed information about the implementation of the project and about the results of the project. And special congratulations to the establishing the virtual academy for teaching and learning. You can find there several hundreds of participants, and the platform is open, as I know, and I think that you will expect many, many new participants, new members, new guests of that platform. So important. And I absolutely agree with Mr. Tertunian that Printel should continue. It will be another proposal, I hope, and I believe, to maintain and to write, to give another opportunity to learn from each others. I want to thanks to the absolutely wonderful coordination, very, very committed, very precise, very qualified work of Mr. Armen Budayan and Marie Santorjan. Thank you so much. Good luck to this day. We are impatiently waiting for your results, your achievements, your share of information and knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Karlova, for inspiring speech. The time has come for me to give the floor to the director of Yerevan State QA Center and Printel project coordinator, Armen Budayan. He's going to talk about the overall objectives and outcomes of Erasmus Printel project. Please, Mr. Budayan.
Thank you, Lilith. Good morning to everyone. Dear conference participants, dear fellow partners, teachers and students, it is my great pleasure to welcome you in the Printel Final Dissemination Conference, and I am delighted to meeting you online today. This is the last event organized within the frame of Printel project, and I hope it will be fruitful and beneficial for the participants as previous events organized under the project. As a project coordinator, I would like to thank you all for your interest in the Printel and its results, which I'm going to present today. Before going to the main part of my speech, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to Erasmus Plus Capacity Building in Higher Education program for funding this project and enabling us to implement a change in our universities, which we aspire to, since the mission of the Printel is introduction of the most important change in our universities, change in the classroom. This project intends to implement strategic change in the way students are taught and classrooms are used for many years in partner country universities by promoting innovative and technology-enhanced teaching and learning methods and tools in order to enhance students' learning experience. This mission of project became even more critical during COVID-19 pandemic and has evidenced its strategic essence for the beneficiary institutions. It definitely promoted smooth digital transformation of the teaching learning activities in these institutions. Now let me proceed and very briefly introduce you with the main project objectives and some important results achieved within the project. The project goal is twofold. First, to enhance students' learning experience by promoting innovation in teaching and learning and supporting integration of learning with technology. And second, to modernize education through cooperation with EU partners and promotion of virtual peer learning of teachers and students. And in order to fulfill this goal, 4 specific objectives were set, namely, to strengthen teaching staff development centers, so-called TSDC, in PC higher education institutions through enhancing capacities of staff and trainers, modernizing infrastructure, and introducing innovative teacher training programs. The second objective, to build up capacities of partner institutions' teaching staff by developing their innovative and technology-enhanced T&L skills and abilities of digitalized instruction. Third objective is to establish Virtual Academy of Teaching and Learning, so-called VATL, as an international community of teachers and students interested in using and sharing open educational resources for improvement of teaching and learning. And the last objective, to promote greater awareness on the types and methods of innovative teaching and learning, and to disseminate best practices within and between institutions in partner countries. These objectives are laid under the rationale of creating and implementing Printel project and visually illustrated in here in this slide. The project methodology is simple: training of trainers, establishing infrastructures for technology-enhanced TNL, training of teachers by trained trainers, conducting workshops, seminars, master classes, adopting innovative teaching practices, organizing study visits, information seminars, dissemination conferences, promoting, adopting, and disseminating innovative practices at partner country institutions. The main beneficiaries of the project are teachers, students, teaching staff development center, staff and trainers, other internal and external stakeholders. In these slides, you can see the project consortium member institutions from Armenia, Georgia, Belarus, Belgium, Spain, Portugal, Sweden, and Austria. As you can see from this chart, the project consists of 7 work packages, each led by one of the consortium member institution, mainly from partner countries. From these 7 work packages, 5 are designed to group and coherently implement the core activities of the project, and 2 work packages are intended for organizational purposes. Now let me introduce you with the main results and achievements of the project per work package. During the 4 years of the project lifetime, we have implemented numerous activities and achieved remarkable results in almost all the areas of the project performance. Here, the main activities and deliverables of work package 1 are shown. It is about strengthening of teaching staff development centers. And in order to strengthen these centers, first of all, their functionalities were revised to enable a systematic, strategic approach to efficient teaching, teaching staff development, capacity building of center staff and trainers, modernization of infrastructure, and adoption of innovative teacher training programs. To fulfill this objective, a wide range of activities were implemented by the project partners, namely, EU partners prepared and provided us with best practice report of their teaching staff development centers as a guiding document. And in turn, partner country universities conducted need analysis and prepared recommendations for EU partners on their needs in training of trainers, so-called TOT courses. And based on these findings of these 2 studies, European partners conducted training for 30 teaching staff development centers staff members, while the PC partners have developed and adopted new operational plans for their centers in order to modernize structure, functionalities, training programs. It is worth to mention here also that thanks to the project, teaching staff development centers have been established in 4 partner country universities, which didn't exist before. The project placed also a strong emphasis on capacity building of a wide cohort of teaching staff by utilizing a multiplier effect via train-the-trainer initiative. One of the major events in this regard was organization 5 training of trainers courses, so-called TOT courses, effectively delivered by European partner universities. In order to select the best candidates, we have organized transparent and engaging selection process for training participants. And thanks to this, we received more than 300 applications for the available 100 places. TOT participants were selected through a multi-stage process by applying clear selection criteria, and the selection rate was 3-to-1. Agreements were signed with all candidates on shared responsibilities. Eventually, about 100 trainers have been trained on 5 different innovative and technology-enhanced T&L methods and approaches, which are presented in this depiction. You can see here the name of these training courses. The COVID-19 pandemic made this correction to the planned activities. Since all the innovative T&L methods delivered during the TOT trainings were designed for face-to-face active group learning in the classroom, there was a need to adapt them to a new situation. And for this purpose, European partners designed and delivered 5 new online TOTs on applying the taught innovative teaching learning methods in an online medium. And as a result of this additional activity, more than 100 trainers have been trained. Uh, 18 technologically enhanced active learning classrooms for teacher training have been established in teaching staff development centers in partner country universities, and one of them is depicted in this slide. Here you can see activities of Work Package 2, which is about capacity building of partner country-based teaching staff. And this objective intends for developing partner country universities teaching staff innovative technology-enhanced T&L skills and abilities of using e-learning technologies. Even more significant experience for us was organization of 100 in-house teacher training, so-called TT courses performed by partner country universities by the trained trainers, as a result of which more than 1,600 teachers have been trained, and we are very happy of these figures, since behind each of the trainer teachers, we expect to see at least 30 students. This means that the estimated number of potential beneficiary students can approach to 50,000 students per year. These 5 new teacher training courses then have been adopted in the centers as regular professional development courses for teaching staff training. And the course of this adoption process, during the course of this adoption process, about 1,500 teachers were trained. These regular trainings were funded by partner country universities themselves. The new teacher training courses on 5 innovative teaching and learning methods and instructional techniques then were adopted in partner country universities' curricula by the trained teachers, and the feedback from students were received for improvement. As in case of TOTs, in-house teacher training also have been modified by the trainers to fit the new digitalized environment because of COVID-19 pandemic. And for this purpose, about 80 online in-house teacher training have been delivered by partner country universities, as a result of which around 1,200 teaching staff were trained on online instructional tools. Here you can see a moment from teacher training event delivered by the trained trainer. The next work package is devoted to creating VATL, establishing lecture capture studios in partner country universities and training of trainers on open educational resources. A virtual academy of teaching and learning, the VATL portal, has been created and made operational to serve communities of teachers and students in partner countries and beyond, who are interested in creating and using digital learning resources and OERs for mutual learning and share the experience. It has many functions which are listed in this slide. I will not count. And to support creation of digital teaching learning resources for VATL portal, multimedia lecture captures, recording studios have been established in each partner country university, and around 30 trainers have been trained on the development of open educational resources. In this slide, the screenshots of the VATL portal are depicted. Here you can see also the discussion forums. And here you can see the example of lecture capture studios established under the project. The last objectives of the project focuses on promotion of greater awareness on the types and methods of innovative T&L and dissemination of good practices. It involves several activities which are shown here. And within the objective, virtual communities of teaching practice around particular teaching approaches and concepts, annual virtual forum on innovative teaching and learning, social networking services, as well as internal institutional incentives, such as award programs for excellence in teaching and learning, job promotion criteria, etc., were established at partner country universities to promote awareness on innovative pedagogy, disseminate good practice, and stimulate the excellence in teaching and learning. In this picture, as an example, the moment of awarding 2021 Excellence Prizes in T&L to several YSU Teaching Staff Development Center trainers is depicted. This work package refers to the project's organizational aspects only and not interesting for you, so I will omit this. And dissemination is one of the main objectives of the project, since the major impact on institutional and especially at national levels can be achieved only by organization of effective dissemination campaigns, which are listed in this slide. And within this work package, a wide range of activities have been implemented, particularly project website, Facebook page, and YouTube channel are functional and provide a thorough information to the wider public on all the aspects of the project. Project information leaflet and 6 e-newsletters are issued. 5 e-brochures and a teacher handbook on innovative and technology-enhanced TNDL are published. Information seminars, master classes, dissemination conferences were organized. In the following slides, the project website main page, news section, teacher handbook are depicted. And in these slides, the activities of work package 7, namely project management structure, main communication channels are shown, on which I will not stay now. And here the main outcomes and outputs of the project are presented for your resume. As it was already mentioned, the main objective of this final dissemination conference is to present the project results and raise awareness and interest towards the Printel and its results, as well as to bring Eastern Partnership countries, universities, teaching staff, and students into a common discussion platform in order to transfer information and know-how, share lessons learned on innovative instructional approaches and technologies. The conference consists of 4 sessions. The first session is a moderated roundtable discussion involving the European partners and followed by question and answers with the audience. And during the 3 other sessions, partner country university representatives will present their achievements under Printel project and the perspectives of their universities in innovative and technology-enhanced TNDL. On this point, I would rather finish my presentation. Thank you very much for your patience, and I'm at your disposal for further questions you may have during Q&A session. Now I wish all of us a very fruitful and constructive work during the conference. Thank you so much for your attention and participation in this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Budaryan. And I'd like to note that the all-encompassing success of the project is bound to Mr. Budaryan's and his wonderful team's efforts and commitment to the project. Now, I believe we could move on to the roundtable discussions. 5 stellar experts from the best universities of Europe are going to participate in the discussions. The moderator of the discussions is going to be Professor Jan-Erik Lundqvist from Linköping University. Please, Professor.
Good morning, dear friends and colleagues. I say friends and colleagues because we have learned each other now during the journey we have had together during 4 years. And it's been a fantastic journey, and we have seen the results today, what they have achieved, our colleagues in the 3 participating countries. A fantastic, amazing result. And I hope that this event will spin off to the students in the countries, and that these students will be trained in a way that will give them a better chance in their future career, because they have learned things that they perhaps not have been able to learn without this project. So now we are going to discuss a little from the European side, how we have tackled the situation, digitalization of higher education, renewal of learning environments, and threats and opportunities are also there. And I hope we can tackle many of these issues together. As you heard, I am from Linköping University, and I have been working with these issues for many, many years. I have created new educational environment in different programs, and I work with distance education in my country and in Europe for many years. And I'm very fond of this kind of renewal of possibilities to train youngsters in their situation, to give them a better chance in their career. And I have some friends watching us today, I hope, because just before this project started, I finished another big similar project in Armenia called Armenka. And in that project, we developed a national qualification framework for higher education in Armenia. And the result of that project was also successful because the outcomes have now been part of the higher education governance in the country. And I think that through the project we had in Armenka, we managed to structure it a bit better, the higher education situation for universities and for their outputs. So again, friends who have been with me before, I'm happy to see you again. And now I will introduce my panel. And as you can see in the program, we have 5 people. And I will ask each of the panelists to briefly introduce yourself and also some words about your university. And also give us some words on what you have contributed with in the project, because each of us, we have had seminars in our country for people coming from the 3 participating countries in the project and trained them for a full week and also a virtual training after that. Give some hints on what you trained them on, so we have a better background, what you worked with, so to say, in the project. And may I start from the eastern side, perhaps, with Doris.
Good morning and good afternoon to all participants of the Printel conference. Thank you very much, Jan-Erik, for passing on the words to me. My name is Doris Kindl. I am a professor at FH Ioanneum University of Applied Sciences in Graz in Austria. Our university has about 5,000 students, so we are quite a small university. However, we have a lot of experience in European projects. At the moment, my institute, that's the Institute of International Management, is running about 20 EU-funded projects, most of them capacity building projects in many countries. We were very happy to participate in the project Printel because it was a unique opportunity to work with very, very highly engaged colleagues from Armenia, from Georgia, Belarus, and from the European partner countries. And I'm very much looking forward to this panel and to our whole conference.
Thank you. Could you also say some words about in what field, so to say, did you train the people who came to Graz?
Sure, absolutely. Yes, at FH Ioanneum, we have an e-learning center. So we call it the Center of Innovative Teaching and Learning Methods. And when we received participants from Armenia, from Georgia and Belarus, our team worked with them on, for example, on the production of videos for teaching and learning, on I would say the switch of the role of the teacher in the 21st century from a wisdom bringer, as it used to be probably in former centuries, to more like a moderator, facilitator, and a guide in the learning process of students. We also worked on setting up learning portfolios, and since FH Ioanneum is a so-called University of Applied Sciences, we are very keen on the combination of theory and practice. And we also ran workshops with the Printel participants on how to do applied teaching, like setting up projects with companies, with industry, and also using modern technologies in the in the learning process and on how to maintain relationships with well, industry. Yeah, so the industry and university collaboration that can also be done online was part of our training. And as we all know, I think the pandemic, also it was very, very difficult. It has boosted in a way our project, because it emphasized the need for transition in higher education. And I think Printel has just been on time and has substantially supported this transition.
Thank you, Doris. Now we go to the extreme west of Europe, Maria, down in Porto, Portugal.
Hi, good morning, and thanks for being here. I am from University of Porto, as Generic said, in Portugal, and I feel very lucky to be part of the Printel's team since the beginning. I learned a lot from the whole project, even how to deal with different ways of thinking and ways of working. The University of Porto is mainly a research university, and actually teaching and learning is taking more and more part of is being more and more important on the for teachers and even in the decision makers at this point. We have been in the scope of the Printel's project. We had a couple of teaching workshops for partners, mainly in how to use video in the classroom. And the whole idea of all teaching courses we gave and we prepared was to take some of the experience partners had at their university and try to see how those experience with video can be applied pedagogical and well applied. And it's not just to learn the technology, and actually technology can be important, but if it's not well applied and the students can't learn, it's not to learn the technology, it's essential to learn the content. And that's one of our main concerns at university and during the project.
Thank you, Maria. We will come back to that more later on. Now we go to the north of Europe. Peter from Linköping.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm very glad to be a part of this very interesting project. My name is Peter Dallenius. I'm from Linköping University, and I represent the Teaching Staff Development Center, where I'm the deputy manager. Our Teaching Staff Development Center is called Didacticum, and it's been around for, I think, 10 years or so, but we have a long tradition of teaching staff development centers. Linköping University is a mid-sized university. We've been around since 1975, about 4,000 employees, 27,000 students, with a fairly balanced budget, about 50% teaching and 50% research. The team from Didacticum, we have participated in the Printel project in several ways. The first part was this week-long course in, I think, December 2018. It seems like yesterday, but it's been a long time since then. Our course was called Active Learning in the Flipped Classroom. So we talked a lot about the flipped classroom concept, about redesigning courses and rethinking at what time and at what place we're talking about different things. And this concerns also, of course, the production of different kinds of learning materials, media-based material, and then also the ideas on how to create activity when we actually meet in the classroom. And the second part, our second contribution was perhaps the online version that we gave in February this year, which we called Designing Meaningful Online Learning, which is perhaps a bit strange title, but that was centered around the community of inquiry concept, because of our experiences from the pandemic was that one of the main difficulties when we started this sort of panic online teaching was the ability to connect between students and teachers. So we tried to apply that concept, trying to find different ways of connecting students and teachers together.
Thank you, Peter. Now we go south again to Barcelona. Jean Thomas, please. You must unmute yourself, Jean. Can't you do it?
Okay, I don't know. I couldn't do it. I don't know why, they didn't allow me to. Okay, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you very much. It's, as my previous colleagues, it's a pleasure to be here. It's unfortunately that we are not physically in Yerevan or in another place to celebrate this ending of the wonderful project. My name is Jean Thomas Pujola. I'm from the University of Barcelona. You know, the University of Barcelona is quite big. We have 72 and 100 students. So it's a huge, big university with 16 faculties and with a lot of, I think 73 degrees and 100 and something master degrees. So it's a quite big. It's kind of a, sometimes I call it, it's like a city with a mayor and all the councillors and all the organizations and all that. So it's kind of difficult to run. I'm part of the Institute of Professional Development, which we are in charge of training teachers at our university. And in that respect, I was devoted to help with this project in terms of two main topics from the pedagogical part, that is the M-learning, mobile learning, and gamification. And these are kind of the trends that technology are taking. And first we had this on the face-to-face training, the first training, and it was kind of successful and very interesting. And then we moved to, as Peter said, on the online course, which was as well really helpful. I think that all that we did on the first course help teachers and teacher trainers to overcome the impact of COVID. So that was quite helpful. And we, in the same line as Peter said, we were really interested in the online course to devote on reflecting on the interactivity in line of what the inquiry was that also important. And we talk about interactivity and interaction, and a concept of the digital propinquity to to get the nearness with the mediated computer in the training. So we try to experiment on using technology to be closer in the interaction with the students. And as well, we were quite happy with all this training. So it's a pity that this is ending, but here we are. I can hear you. Just your generic. You don't have the mic. The mic. You muted yourself, generic. No. Again. No. Generic.
Now?
Now. Okay.
I got a lot of information that the host have unmuted me.
Yeah, I don't know. It happened to me as well. You know,
okay.
with kind of silence. I don't know. Okay.
I just said, Jean, that Thomas, that the end of the journey could be the start of the next journey, you know. So
Of course.
we just change platform. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we go to the middle of Europe. Our friend Wim from Leuven in Belgium. We want to hear your word about yourself, university, and what you contributed with in the training. Short, please.
Okay, thank you, Jan-Erik. Yeah, my name is Wim van Petegem, and I work at the University of Leuven in the middle of Europe. And Leuven is one of the oldest universities in Europe. In 2025, we are celebrating our 600th anniversary, so that's coming close. But at the same time, being an old and maybe traditional university, we are also ranked #1 when you look at the most innovative universities in Europe, and that for a couple of years now in a row. So I think that this is the whole thing about my university. At the one hand, we cherish what the history and the traditional ways, call it the old-fashioned ways of teaching and learning. But at the same time, we also have how should I say, a drive to look forward and to look what is needed in the future, and to be innovative and help our students to be prepared for the world to come tomorrow. My background is I'm an engineer, but I have been long time working as the head of a central support unit for teaching and learning at the university. But currently I'm back in the Faculty of Engineering Technology, where I'm still involved in learning technology projects and research on learning technologies, on engineering education in general, and quality assurance of education. And it's from that background that I contributed to this project. We have given trainings, well, the face-to-face one was about active learning using technologies. How can we stimulate, activate students to really learn in and out the classroom by using the technologies that are available. We also used some principles of instructional design and gave the basics of methodologies to transform your courses from the old traditional way to more innovative ways of teaching and learning. In the online training we've given, we focused more on one particular aspect, which is, well, two aspects actually. One was on assessment and how can you do proper assessments and evaluation of students in a world full of technology, let's say. And the other aspect we also worked on and tried to share our experiences and knowledge about was competences. Competences for the students, but also for the teachers. We introduced some principles for digital scholarship and how you could improve as a teacher in this new world. How do you become a digital teacher, let's say, and still being human, of course. Okay, I think that I can leave it here.
Thank you, Wim. So far, you'll come back very soon again.
Sure.
Well, friends, now you are watching this final conference and you have heard now what niche each partner in the panel represents, so to say. They have a broader competence, but they have just witnessed what they have trained our colleagues in during these training sessions we had in Europe a couple of years ago. There are also possibilities for you to ask questions. If you look at the bottom of the screen, you have questions and answers bottom. If you press that, you can write your question there, and I will try to summarize the questions later on and look for answers from the panelists. So do that, and if there are other things you would like to comment on, use the same button, because we don't let you in now in the panel discussion. We wait until we are ready, and then we talk with you, and you can raise your questions as you want. Well, friends, we just think a little now. You can raise your hand, the panelists, if you would like to say something, or I can just address you. If we look into the situation we had before the pandemic came over us, what kind of changes have you observed at your university in the teaching and learning environment? What are the main changes you have observed? Can you witness a little about that? I think it's different in different universities in Europe, but a short comment on the main changes you have observed in your close environment, so we can hear what's going on in Europe. May I start with Juan Thomas?
Right. Well, the changes, I think it's been similar to all the places. It's just that a lot of teachers started being more aware of the digital field, and they use a lot of, in their training, all these virtual environments, but they had the need to explore other possibilities and other technologies that they were not using when they were doing face-to-face. And that was really forced them. Now, this has pushed trainers and trainees and teacher trainers to start exploring new avenues with technology and pedagogy. And what happened here at the moment is that the University of Barcelona, well, and the government is giving some money to start doing a real program of transformation or digital transformation of universities. And now we are start thinking different ways of to move forward. And these are basically the main changes that we have started to see. This has forced us to go to a more different way of planning our teaching and our curriculums.
But may I ask you, these changes you talk about now, have they been accepted by all colleagues or not?
Well, as I said, we are a huge university, and as well, we are a very traditional university in some respects. So we are very innovative in some people are really innovative and some are not. And we are, it will happen in this project, we need time. We cannot change. This project it lasted three years, but it should continue. Otherwise, it wouldn't transform anything. So changes don't happen quickly.
No.
Changes in a big university like ours, take real time. So some teachers and trainers are pushing for people who are not into that changing with digital, and it needs some transformation and some generation to change. And of course, all these innovative projects and all these projects, Erasmus projects, or now, for example, we have we've started with what is called Charm project, and they are producing a degree from 5 universities at the same time, so to do a more flexible curriculum. So the students take advantages of the potential of all the teachers and universities in one degree. So that is as well changing,
Yeah.
It is that idea of the digital world allow us to do something that we couldn't do before, open the doors and the walls of our university and do more exchanges, not only in terms of Erasmus exchanges, but in terms of, producing new ways of training.
Thank you, Juan Thomas. You come from a big university, as you told us, with many teachers involved, and I can understand that not everybody will be happy about the big change taking place. Let's go to a small university, one of the smallest in the team here, Johanneum. Doris, how has this taken place at your university?
Yes, thank you, Jan-Erik. In a way, sometimes it's an advantage if the university is smaller. However, I would also completely agree with what we have heard from the colleague from Barcelona. It's a process, it does take time. However, what certainly changed, and so I would say higher education in Austria will never be the same as for the pandemic. And especially the fear and the skepticism against the use of technologies has become smaller, both for lecturers and also for students. Now we see that students and lecturers have also been able to identify the advantages of online teaching. For example, we have always had, or sometimes had, very jammed classrooms, lots of like long commuting from home to the university, and other disadvantages of face-to-face teaching. Also, some students, especially if they come from vulnerable groups, or if they live somewhere far away from the universities, they see the benefit of online learning and teaching. And now, in most of the study programs at FHU and NEUM, we are planning for a combination. So, for example, in international management with my students, we have identified 1 or 2 days per week where we run our classes online, so that students only come to the university for 2 or 3 days a week. That is also helpful because we have a shortage of physical rooms in the university. So that also helps us to manage this problem.
But Doris, will you continue with this solution after the pandemic?
Yes, we will. We will also, this is the plan. We will continue with this solution after the pandemic. And we need to identify which topics and which courses are more suitable for online teaching and which are less suitable. Of course, it completely depends on the study program. If it's, for example, a lab in chemistry, you have to do it in the university, obviously. Yeah. But for example, I teach international business law, then there are no restrictions, I would say. I can and beautifully, hopefully, do it online as well to some extent. But one issue is really exams. Also in the Printel project, when our dear colleagues from Georgia, Armenia, and Belarus had the online seminars with us this year in February, and we identified some crucial questions that matter to all of us. It was really how to organize exams and how to make sure that online exams are, first of all, technically safe, that we try to prevent cheating, which is really a challenge. And thirdly, and especially, how to design online exams that they are really suitable to check if students have reached the learning outcomes. Because many of my teachers, they switched to multiple choice exams and students said, what's the point? Yeah, that is not really well in line with the learning objectives. And this is still an unsolved issue. Yeah. And I would like to follow up also on what we have heard from Joa, namely, we need another Printel project. We would like to. We would love to stay in contact with our wonderful colleagues in Armenia, Georgia, and Belarus, because there are still many additional issues to solve, and we want to maintain our network.
I agree with you, Doris. There's so many things we can develop further in these partner countries, and perhaps we have a chance one day. Just a question, Doris. Your students, are they happy with your predicted solution?
Yes, they are. They like to have some online days, but also some face-to-face time days. Okay. We had a survey with the students. We were asking them what kind of teaching structure they prefer. And while they are now really happy to come back to the classroom, our semester starts on October 4th in Austria. And unfortunately, our students will have to sit in the classroom with their masks on. Yeah? And we will have a close monitoring of the status of testing, vaccinations, and so on. So lots of issues to manage. But still, students are very happy to come back to the classroom because it's now 1.5 years of online. That was really too much. But 1 or 2 days per week where they study online seems the format that most students appreciate.
Okay, thank you so far. Wim, I would like to hear what's going on in Belgium. What steps have you taken up till the COVID broke our life? Can you give some notice?
Yeah, thank you, Jan-Erik. Let me first start by saying that already before the corona pandemic, our university was making the transition towards a more digital university. And just to illustrate the point, when the current rector started 4 years ago, that was before the corona pandemic, he appointed one vice rector specifically for digital technologies. And they already drafted at that time a strategic plan for going digital at the university. So we didn't wait for the corona pandemic to really start and well, start is not the right word, to make the digital transformation of the university more visible in whatever activity we were doing, teaching and learning, but also research and community service. So I think that this was an important remark. Sometimes when I translate that to my own, let's say, work in related to teaching and learning, I say we went at a certain point in time from learning to e-learning, but we are back to learning again. And what do I mean by that? The point is that there is no learning possible nowadays without e-learning. So our students expect that technology and the use of technology, the proper use, pedagogically sound use of technology is just part of their teaching and learning experiences at the university. And so why then still call it something specific, digital learning or e-learning or technology enhanced learning? I think it is important because we have to convince the leadership of the university. Sometimes we have to convince the government to subsidize and to make sure that we have the resources available for all these things, and therefore we have to give it a name, e-learning or online learning or whatever we call it. But at the same time, I think it's important to realize that in essence, it's all learning, and learning in modern times means we make use of the technologies, and that can lead then to on-campus teaching and learning. It can lead to online learning, and after the pandemic, we even talk about hybrid and of course blended learning, but also about high flex learning. So some students will be on campus and will take the synchronous face-to-face learning opportunities, while other students will be in an asynchronous online environment and will study when they think they want to study the material. And as teachers, we have to balance all these the modalities, let's say, and to accommodate all these types of students. So for us, as here in Leuven, this is a challenge we will have to face in the next coming years. How do we find the proper mix of this kind of students, the proper mix of teaching methods we apply, and the proper mix of learning experiences for our students?
Okay, thank you so far. We come back to you again. Peter and Maria, you heard Wim saying that in Leuven, they took 2 steps forward and then 1 step backwards. You understand what he meant with that, I hope. Could you reflect a little bit on that from your own situation, Peter?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if we look at the situation before the pandemic, as everyone else has said, we were working towards some kind of digitalization of teaching and learning. But I think that you always have to take into account the sort of local tradition. And I would say that the local tradition at Linköping University is to be very campus oriented. We have long professionally oriented programs that are situated on campus, and we are sort of famous for having a very good campus life. So that means that we have had previously very little distance education. Of course, since we're a mid-sized university, everything sort of happens in some corner or whatever, but we haven't had any sort of strategic distance education. So that has been sort of to one side. So the main bulk of teachers, they are very campus oriented, and for them, talking about digitalization, that means that they connect that with distance education, and they think about that as some kind of second-rate teaching and learning. So we're not going to do that. We're going to do high-quality campus-oriented teaching. That's the only way. So we've tried to work against that and showing that digitalization doesn't necessarily have to mean everything has to be at a distance. You can digitize this on campus. And we tried to talk about forming some kind of digital campus, since campus is the way to reach our teachers, I think.
Yeah. Maria, from your end, what's your comment on what Wim said?
Yes. We at University of Porto we already had digitalizing a lot of things, and we really don't have courses just online, but we had a lot of mixed hybrid things, and we use a lot of platforms and videos, and even exams were already some exams in some extent online. So evaluation was taking over and over more online. But with the pandemic, we learned a lot, actually, especially for teachers that were not really engaged on making the changes. They had the need to do it. And actually, I think most of the teachers at the University of Porto were very encouraged. They tried everything, and actually they accomplished a lot of things. What's going to happen now, it's the big thing, is they tried, they were successful with students. Students like the change, but they really don't know. I don't think students want 100% online, 100% to be evaluated by distance and learn by distance. So we are trying to do, like Doris said, is a mix, have some days by a distance, and continue to have a campus life. We have 3 big campus throughout the city. So the life in the city is very important for students. Moving from one campus to another is part of being a student, not for teachers, but for students. And I think that's important still, even if they have some days at home or online in some university facilities, they also can stay there. We need the human interaction. I think that's very important, that balance. One concern, I'm not sure if I should refer here at this point, is that most of the teachers spent during this time, 1.5 years or almost 2, a lot of time in how to teach online, what to use, which platform, which tools. And we have at this moment, especially in my unit, Innovation Pedagogy, to take advantage of that and captivate teachers to keep on invest sometimes on the teaching process. And as we are a research university, sometimes that's not very easy. And some of those teachers spend too much time on the teaching process. And I fear that they feel they need that time for research, to write papers and things that are important for their career. So how to find this balance, that's another point, generic.
Friends, I can tell you a story. When I was leading a crusade in Sweden many years ago to convince universities to introduce distance education based on technology instead of the old correspondence education we had in Sweden for many years, I many times met the question, technology is the answer, but what is the question? Could you reflect on that a little? Because it's an important question. Because for people who are meeting this for the first time, for them, technology can be too much. They want to know why technology? Why technology in education? Please reflect on it. I would like to hear your ideas. Raise your hand if you want to talk. The floor is open. Wim.
Yeah, I can start, but I already sort of gave the answer, but by saying that we came from learning to e-learning and back to learning again. I think for me, the most important thing is in the university is to provide interesting and inspiring learning experiences for our students. And that is the most important thing. And so the question is, how can we improve these learning experiences for our students? And it might be that technology is then an important actor or factor in answering that question. But it's not, it's only like a resource that you're using at that moment. It could be other resources, could be learning materials, could be labs, could be resource persons. Technology is only one of the tools that you have in your toolbox to help the students to get better learning experiences. So for me, it's a very right statement you've made, but the question for me remains always, how can the student benefit from what we are doing as teachers? How can we improve the way that our students are learning, what they are learning, how they are learning, and so on.
When the students of today, they are very well trained to use technology in all different modes. They're so familiar with that. But as Jean-Thomas indicated earlier today, his teachers, some of them, are not so happy with this change. They're a bit afraid of technology because they think that technology is some kind of coming from above and will interfere in my learning, teaching process in a negative way, perhaps. So how do we balance the old generation of teachers in this situation? How can we convince them to understand that there are benefits with some kind of technology? Perhaps not too much, but some kind. Doris.
Actually, I have some doubts on whether the initial statement that technology is the answer is the complete story. And here I would like to also connect my statement to what Wim just said before, namely technology is a resource. And what matters a lot is really the human factor. So the lecturers and students are willing to apply these resources, and it's actually really the attitude. And I think that convincing lecturers to make use of these tools requires, first of all, strong technical support. Yeah? I always use the example of skiing, because in Austria, many people ski and I love to ski as well. And I am a dedicated skier and I think I can do it pretty well. However, I do not know how to build a ski. I don't know how to build a skiing lift, and I don't have to. I'm just using these tools, in this case, the skis and the lift, the elevator. And it's the same with online teaching, I would say, yeah. And so this is actually really a message to university management, that they have to make sure that there is always a very reliable support from technicians who help us if the technology is not working and so on. Yeah? So this is one requirement. But apart from that, it's really also probably the organizational culture, because trying new tools brings a certain risk of failure. And so ideally, a university that is creating an atmosphere, a culture where lecturers can try something new, and then even if that fails, yeah, we have learned from the experience. And our lecturers are also often afraid that if they try something and students are dissatisfied, that this will come with negative comments in the teaching evaluations, and this will be, well, a disadvantage for them. And here also, it's again, like for us as like deans or department chairs, that we take away these anxieties. We would say, actually, I appreciate it that you have tried something new. And please tell me what you learned from the outcome and how you will do in the future. Yeah. So like creating this learning atmosphere among the lecturers, I think that's good.
If we just leave distance education aside a little and talk about campus education, ordinary campus education, is it a risk that this technology enhanced methodology could be too much? Or not?
I think it was too much. It was too much in the last 1.5 years. Yeah. So yes, there is this risk, I would say.
Yeah, but then we went on distance. But if we go back to normal conditions and work as we did before the pandemic, and we don't talk about this education, we talk about ordinary campus education, could it be too much with technology? We just to accelerate in the technology and show more and more hype things for the students. Could it be more technology than pedagogy, methodology? So there is an unbalance here. Think about that a little and give reflections, please.
I think it can be a risk, but it's like every changes. We always have in the beginning, usually it's in this case, some teachers that have used a lot of technology too much, and some teachers that don't use. And with the time, things tend to be more equilibrated and had more be used on a more fair way. And I think teachers and students learn how to use it. And that's the importance of evaluation, of evaluate the course, of having students evaluate the new experiences. The difficult here is having everybody experience. A lot of teachers are afraid to experience different things and fail. I think teachers are not used to fail. Usually, that's for students, not for teachers. And I think that's a barrier usually.
Yeah, I see. Good. Peter, you raised your hand.
Yeah, I think of course anything can be too much. I mean, it's not just about technology; it's about the whole format of the course. I've been involved in courses that were sort of too much, where the sort of format of the course got in the way of learning because it was too complex, or a lot of activities and different things that were supposed to be done. But I think that what we need to strive for is technology should be in the background. You shouldn't have to think about it. I mean, today I've logged into Zoom and everything worked all right. I've got you on my screen here. I can see you. So I haven't thought about Zoom today at all. I've just thought about you. I can connect to you. But as soon as technology starts to fail, I'll sort of back down to another level where everything is in the way of learning and communicating. I mean, that's what we have to strive for, to technology to be sort of invisible, so that we can connect to each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Go to another theme. We have knowledge, skills, and competencies in our learning outcomes. And among competencies, we have, for example, soft skills. Will soft skills be interfered in some way by this transition into the digitalized classroom? Will that interfere with the training of soft skills in a bad way or a good way? Please reflect on that. Wim.
Yeah, I'm actually teaching a course on professional and intercultural competences for engineers. And I'm using technology already before the Corona pandemic because I'm teaching this course with students in Leuven. And I have a colleague at Penn State University in the US that is giving a similar course, same course actually, to students in the US. So we were already using technology to help students develop their professional and intercultural competences. You can imagine that we are using the web conferencing tools that are available to connect for synchronous sessions every week, where we were lecturing and discussing the contents with the students. But we also invite the students to form virtual teams and to work on a project across the ocean and just mimic, let's say, the experience they will have when they start working in bigger companies when they graduate from the university. I think that, yeah, it is maybe a challenge to develop soft skills in a digitized or online world full of technology. But if you have a bit of imagination as teachers and you look how the students react on what you offer them as a course and try to improve step by step what you're doing, I think you can go a long way on helping them develop their soft skills. It's just a practical example from my own experience here.
If I may say,
Thomas?
Yeah, if we're talking, I'm a language student, and one of the soft skills is not only language, it's communication skills. And of course, the digital world is wonderful to develop these new digital or soft skills and communication. So we can have an opportunity, is giving us an opportunity and a chance to develop all this communication. Some of you said something that youngsters know about technology, but they don't know how to use it in the academic world. They use a lot of, TikTokers and Instagrammers and all that. They know all that, but how to, potentially use this for learning and for their professional careers is our job. I think the challenge is not technology, is the developing of a pedagogical model that generates new dynamics for learning according to a meaningful use of that technology. And that is the challenge. And the challenge is not only for Armenian, Belarusian, and Georgian universities, it's for our universities as well. We are in the same boat, and we are trying to find all these models. You see, now there's a tendency, and we've been using all this artificial intelligence in our programs, that we have all these data in our environment. In Moodle, you have all the data of the students and all, but teachers don't know how to use it and how to use it accordingly, and how to use it meaningfully, that allows us to change their way and to approach, vulnerable students, to approach students that have difficulties in the learning process. And this is part of what we have to devote our time at the moment, and not only using this app, this technology and all this, is to understand, to develop that pedagogical model that is useful and help us improve our training at the university.
Doris?
Yes, thank you. Actually, my statement is directly linked to what Jean-Thomas just said. And thank you, Jan-Erik, for bringing up the topic of the soft skills. I think it's crucial. And I can tell you also a recent story at my university. I talked to a colleague who is responsible for gender and diversity issues. And she reported to me that the complaints of some students when it comes to inappropriate wording, also on the online tools that have been used, has risen enormously. And I think it's also our duty as lecturers to create more awareness with our students on how to use the tools responsibly and in a meaningful way, as Jean-Thomas just said, because since our students come from a generation where they are sending all these short messages, where, yeah, in private life also they should act responsibly and they should not hurt the feelings of anybody, but it really makes a big difference. And therefore really like professional communication online, also for lecturers, by the way, not only for students, yeah, for all of us. This is something that I think has not been addressed, I would say, strong enough. It's something that needs to be done in order really to create a good learning environment. Yeah, because there have been quite some complaints at my university, and now we have the strategy to really also create more awareness with lecturers and students about this issue.
Good. Well, we are going to round up soon. There are many questions. Marie, I see we have 7 questions, and I don't have time to follow each question. I will concentrate on the discussion, but I come back to the question soon. Before we end up now with the round table, I have a last issue I would like to discuss with you. We talk about innovative teaching and learning, enhance the learning environment, and we would like to see teaching and learning innovative and technology enhanced methods. Have we, and we go in that direction, we all do, and we have a lot of positive issues there to discuss, but what have we lost? Have we lost anything from yesterday? And can we afford to lose that? That's my question. Who will start?
If I may, well, if we lost something, and if we miss it, we can try to find it again. Yeah, or maybe we can find a good replacement, I would say. I mean, what is partially lost, I would say, like we did certainly really lose some students. Yeah, so the retention rate has dropped, and also the dropouts of students from university have increased. And in order to make sure that this is not a lost generation, we should really, try to really maybe have a low threshold in winning back these young people, so that they are not left behind without an education. Yeah? So this is something that we see in Austria. We have many young people who are very depressed. And so this is, I think, really a problem. And this is a problem of the society, yeah? Not only in higher education. And so we need a strategy to really extend our hands to these young people, to win back the trust that higher education will be important for them, for their future lives and future careers. Yeah? So this is something that we lost, and we need to win that back.
Yeah, the follow-up question could be, have we been too innovative? Has it gone too fast? Please react a little on my proposals here. Peter.
I don't know. I think there's it's always difficult because we are all parts of large organization, and in every large organization things are happening in different paces. There's a spectrum of teachers where at the one end of the spectrum you have the enthusiastic people who are sort of perhaps going too fast in one direction, and then the other end of the spectrum you have another set of teachers that maybe are not moving at all. So I think it's difficult to say anything from a whole institutional perspective. But one thing I've
from your own perspective, Peter.
Yeah, from my perspective, one thing that struck me with this pandemic teaching, when we suddenly had to move everything online, everything was either recorded or in Zoom, and we used a lot of chat rooms and so on, was that there was a new group of students that were sort of flourishing. People who are perhaps introverts or shy, who couldn't participate in regular on-campus seminars, they all of a sudden sort of got a voice and they got a space to talk about things, and they could participate in a whole new way. And at the same time, there were a group of students who sort of withered because for them, meeting face to face was important. And that struck me as maybe there has been a group of students who has been sort of left out all this time that we haven't catered for. So this is something that I will think about in the future, how to use different kinds of technology and different kinds of approaches to sort of reach all students so that no one drops out for the wrong reasons.
Maria?
Yes, I think in any changes, we always lose something and we gain something, and try to find this balance. That's our task now. It's what it was really important, what is really important to keep, and what we can drop and you can leave it. And I think teachers have a very good capacity to absorb what it's good for their students and try to improve that. And at University of Porto, our role in my department in innovation pedagogy is exactly that at this point, is to prepare those courses and small workshops to help teachers that really want to keep good strategies for their students. I don't think we lose a lot of things. We always have to see the positive side. We always have to take the advantage of the situation. And I think pandemic brought us a lot of things in terms of innovation as well as pedagogy. So it's the way we have to look to the things that we have to try to take the best things now.
Wim?
Yeah, I think it's an intriguing question. What do we lose, and are we happy or not with that? But I agree with what has been said before by the colleagues here. But maybe one thing that, in my own words, I think what we may be losing is a sense of belonging. As students, you belong to a community, a network of other students, the campus life, things that we already mentioned here today. You really belong to a very particular world, let's say, when you start as a student at the university, and that has to do with the campus life for sure, the face-to-face contacts, having opportunities to party and to celebrate as a student, but also to address teachers. For instance, what students in my university usually do is before the lecture, if you have a question, then you go to the teacher and you ask sort of in private, you address the teacher, and you can share some concerns or ask your questions. And the same happens at the end of the lecture. For instance, yesterday I gave my first lecture this academic year. it was live on campus. And again, imagine what happened at the end of the session. About 10, 12 students came to me with their private questions. And that is something that you can, in a digital world, this is a bit more difficult to mimic that, that opportunity to address people and yeah, to lower the thresholds between students, but also between students and the teacher. Just to give an illustration, I talked about my course with Penn State University. In the pandemic time, it was not possible to meet in a classroom in Leuven or in a classroom at Penn State University. So all the students were at their own places, mostly at home or at work, and they connected to the synchronous session. So they could not belong to the local community of the students either in Leuven or in Penn State. So what I did was I organized a parallel online session that started 20 minutes before the lecture, where students could come in and talk informally with each other. And I was also there, so they could address me if they had questions, or if there was certain concern about the course, or if they just wanted to talk about whatever they were doing. I actually asked them sometimes, how is it going? What did you do over the weekend? How do you like the weather here? Because there were some international students coming from very hot countries and so on. Never mind, but it was a sort of informal place where students could gather before the lecture, give them a sort of classroom feeling at that moment. And then we all moved to the synchronous session, which was in another room, so virtual room, of course. And after the session, after the lecture, we came back to our parallel online classroom, where we had a sort of debriefing and talked a little bit about what we heard, what we did in the lecture. And then we said farewell, see you next week. So that sense of belonging, and actually I have to say that all students were there 20 minutes in advance. No one was lacking. They really liked it. And they also, yeah, wanted to stay afterwards and to have that yeah, sort of feeling of belonging to the group.
Thank you, Wim. Very interesting example. I hope many people will learn from that and perhaps also put it in the role in their own situation at home. Very good, very interesting example. Jean-Thomas, do you have a final comment or not? Just
yeah, I have a final comment, of course, and I agree with what Maria was saying. I like to see the bright side of life, and I think I think we have gained more than we have lost stuff. And as Wim was saying, what we have lost and missed, then we reinvent or do some sort of parallel, as he was saying, with that social activity. So we haven't lost anything. I think people who lost something are the teachers who resist to change because they lost the opportunity to innovate, learn, and keep learning in these new processes. Life is changing all the time, even in face-to-face. So we have to adapt all the time. I'm not teaching the same way I was teaching in 1986. So that's when I started. So that's has been changing, and this is a question of attitude. So I think we've gained a lot, and what happened here is that, as I said, push us faster to do these changes, and that was the panic at the very beginning. But I think at the end of the day, if we value it and we evaluate it, I think we've gained more, and it has helped us to be better teachers, and to understand the challenges in crisis, in situations, in critical situations. And this has given us to be more understandable, humane, and open to new possibilities. So as I said, I think we've gained more than lost.
How good to hear. I hope that we have gained more than we have lost. Otherwise, it would be a failure. The whole the whole innovation will be a failure. But there might be obstacles, and it might take some time sometimes, and we don't have to rush too fast, because we have colleagues around us who must also be accommodated in a new situation. And if they are not happy, they could influence the students to be unhappy as well. So it's a balance all the time. But technology is here to stay, but we must use it in the best possible way. And we must also answer the question, what is the question? Technology is the answer, but what is the question? When they come to us and ask, we must be able to motivate why we do this and that. There are also, as always, as Peter said, enthusiasts who will go ahead of everybody and rush away, and they must be there. There must be these people who are so enthusiastic that they can also have followers after who will come. But we must be prepared about those who are not happy, not interested, don't want to play the game, and sometimes also make resistance. And these we must also handle. But it's a big issue for all of us. Now we have our colleagues in Armenia, Georgia, and Belarus who have to take that on board and implement what we have been discussing for 4 years. And I hope that they will be successful. We have questions now, and it's a long list, and I perhaps can't take all of them. I ask you to answer fairly short, if you can, but I take some questions here. It's a question to Peter to start with. When we eliminate the traditional lecture, we need to learn to manage the classroom time, to be flexible, to allow for all students to fully explore a topic and understand it at their own pace. Thus, the flipped classroom requires replanning of all the curriculum and the lessons. Peter.
It's a good question. I think the question of allowing students to fully explore a topic is difficult. It doesn't matter if you use the flipped classroom approach or anyone. But I don't think that you have to replan the whole curriculum if you don't want to. I mean, I think that flipped classroom approach could be used. You can start using it on one lecture alone, just to try it out for yourself and try it out for your students so that they can adapt to this new way of thinking and this new way of doing it. So you can, I think, just flip a small part of a course or a course or an entire program. So it's adaptable. And when it comes to managing time and monitoring the students' progress and so on, I think I don't think it's special for flipped classroom, but I mean you can try the usual tools. You can try and it depends on the size of the group. I think. I mean, if you have large groups, you may resort to quizzes. If you have a small group, then you can. It's more reasonable just to talk to them to get a feel for it. So, well, I don't know if that answers your question, but I was told to be brief, so I'll end there.
Okay. This question was raised by Lucine, and now we have another question from Sira. Hello, everyone. I wonder if you could tell us about your successful experience in teaching literature. I mean, the useful digital instruments and methods as well. Experience in teaching literature. Well, difficult question, but try to answer that question. Who will say some words here? Okay, Wim?
Yeah, I'm afraid I cannot answer the question. If I understand it correctly, it's about teaching literature, but I'm an engineer and I'm teaching engineering courses, so I apologize. But if I read the question between brackets, the useful digital instruments and methods, I'm not sure that there is one single answer to that. I mean, there are so many digital tools and possibilities available that I think that it's not important to just how should I say, me as a trainer, I'm always hesitant to propose a specific tool or instrument or method to others. I rather would like to emphasize that it is a competence of a teacher to be aware of the variety and diversity of tools that are there, and you need to develop your own skill or competence as a teacher to make a proper selection, and that could mean that you have to experiment, to try out something, maybe failing in the end, but okay, then you learn something. You could also talk with others in your peer teachers, people that you consider as role models. You can listen to them and learn from their experiences. And you could also, try to participate in conferences like this one here. But there are also more general conferences talking about teaching enhanced learning and distance education and e-learning. And there you could also get inspired by a lot of other professionals or teachers or instructors or trainers or whoever is using these tools. So for me, it's not the let's say a clear-cut answer what you need to do and what kind of tool you need to choose. It's rather how do I develop my skills as a teacher to make a proper choice of a tool, and that is, I think, well, that would be my answer to the question.
Thank you, Wim. We go to a next question from Lucine. A question to all speakers. Wishes on the micro level are difficult to realize on micro level, on the university level. How to develop the teacher's competence on innovative pedagogy in general? When we work on one particular method, it is good, but it will take a lot of time to engage all the teachers. In my opinion, the innovative pedagogy is about developing this competence to be able to innovate the context of teaching constantly in order to bring a real meaningful change. Is it possible to build such a capacity and make a systematic, sustainable change in our countries? That was a big question to all speakers. So now I see who will answer that question. Who will start? Anyone? You have all this competence, so you can start wherever you want. I see that Wim is ready to give a short.
Yeah, well, I can give from my own experience here at my own university, there is quite a substantial, let's say, support offered to the teachers to innovate and to start using or to lead the change, let's say. And I think that indeed, we need a sort of top-down decision made by the university. Like I mentioned earlier in the round table, we do have a vice rector with a specific portfolio on going digital. So that is a sort of top-down decision made by the university that we need to innovate and to especially to look at how the digital technology can improve our teaching and learning experiences. But at the same time, I also think that we learned over the years now that we are a big university. There is more than 50,000 students. There is already in Leuven itself, there is 3 campuses, but we do have campuses all over Flanders in Belgium. There is about 15,000 people working at the university. So it's a really big university, and you need a sort of central support to make things happen in the university, to translate from the macro to the meso to the micro level, right? But at the same time, we also learned that we need to get closer to the teachers, and that we need to not just have central support, but also to have more decentralized support. So our university is investing now at this moment to have support closer to the staff, to the teaching staff, to the teachers and professors in the faculties, and that means that we are hiring people, support staff in the faculties itself, close to the teachers. So these people are, and then these people are sort of linking pin between what is happening in the faculties at the decentralized level, close to the teachers, close embedded in the teaching and learning context and environment of an engineering department or a medical faculty or whatever. Yeah, and they are the linking pin between what's happening there and the central support unit of the university. So the big principles, let's say, they are still supported from a central level, but the translation to the context and to the world of the teachers and the students in the faculty, on the local campus, in the classroom, that is made by this decentralized support staff members. And it's a work in progress, I have to say, but we already see interesting initiatives taking place and improvements that are really helping to increase the quality of what we are doing with regard to teaching and learning at the university.
Thank you, Wim. Any other short comment, Doris?
Yes, I would like to add another dimension that is probably known to everybody, but still it always needs to be stressed. Namely, the question is, what are the incentives for lecturers to invest time, energy, resources in innovation in teaching? Because at least in Austria, if somebody wants to get promoted, what matters mostly are publications. And so those who invest in improving their teaching are sometimes left behind because they have sometimes a lack in publications. Now, at least, I mean, we have been, and this was also part of the success of the Printel project, that actually here we could link research and improvements in teaching. So this is also one of the beauties, I would say, of the Printel project. But this is what the society and also the university management needs to consider. Yeah, what do we really want? And there has to be a really attractive system for teachers on incentives. Otherwise, they may not be willing to invest the time and the energy.
Thank you, Doris, for addressing this very important issue. In my country, Sweden, for example, we are very dependent on publication to get, so to say, recognition for what we do at universities. In other countries, I hope that there's a balance between education and research, and a good education will also be recognized as a good incentive for the future. But it differs from country to country. And I hope in Armenia, in Georgia and Belarus, that you think about this balance. So it can't only be promoted based on research, because we have also to deliver good education and training. And people who do that must also be, in some case, recognized as good members of the staff. So have that discussion internally in your countries, because it's very, very important. And taking Sweden as an example, we're going too far in the right direction, as I see it. We have missed that balance just now. So we have some more questions and some more minutes left. Let's see, there was a question to Peter also. How to manage time and monitor the students' progress and identify their needs at the same time. What to say about that, Peter?
I think that was connected to the other question about flipped classroom, I think.
It was the same.
This was a follow-up. Yeah.
A follow-up. Leave that. Let's see now if there is something left. Yeah, there is a question from Christina at the very beginning of our discussion. And let's see here. No, that was not, yeah. It's a question to me, perhaps. Thank you for interesting insights on the activities conducted within the project. I have a question. You have been working with Armenian colleagues for about 3 years. So I would be interested, what were the main challenges you faced in practice of utilizing in-classroom teaching and learning methods in Armenian universities? And what could be your recommendations for the follow-up activities? This is a very tricky question, Christina, because I've been working in your country for more than 7 years now, and I met many people at academic universities, and we have discussed how they run their education and training. But I don't have a full picture, of course, not at all. But what I've seen over these 7 years is that it has been a tremendous change taking place in attitudes towards education, in the attitudes from teachers who are interested in changes, in innovative methods, etc. But mostly, I have a feeling that your students now start to vote with their feet because they would like to see changes. They would like to see development. They would like to have modern education and modern training with the technology they are used to use in their daily life. So there are changes. There are good changes in many ways. And how to go in the future, I think just follow the stream. Just take advantage of what's going on and support that in the best possible way, because there is a big wave running over us and we can't stop it. And we shouldn't stop it either, but we should moderate it in a way that everybody feels comfortable what's going on. And also in your colleagues in Armenia, you will do that. So that's a short answer to my experience after the 7 years in your country. You are in the right way, definitely. And I very much appreciate what I have seen and experienced at different universities in your country. We also have some small comments here. Doris, thank you for having already typed answers. Someone say like this: thank you all for detailed approach to issues we have discussed today. I think we need one more, maybe in the future roundtable, on the topic concerned the science of well-being in the auditorium. And another, Nicholas says, for me as a trained teacher, I still need to feel deeply strength of technology to feel as a fish in the water. Yeah, perhaps not that far, but some technology can't take over your situation. It must be a tool for you. You must direct the tool. You must have it in your hand, not vice versa. Then you are lost. So think about that. To have a deeply strength of technology is not always necessary. Don't go further with technology than you feel familiar with and comfortable with. Don't take two big steps at the same time, because then the technology takes over your situation and you will be a loser or not that good teacher. Okay, there are many. I think we have gone through all these questions now. It's exactly 11:10, which was our time to use together. Friends, thank you so much. It was a very good talk we had together. Thank you so much for all contributions we have done today. And we are very happy to see what we have achieved in our partner countries. I hope they will take care of what we have given them in the best possible way, in their own conditions, as they want to do it. We have given examples. They have to realize in reality what they want. So that is the conclusion of the roundtable today. And now we have more presentations from the 3 countries, what they have experienced during the Printel project. And we are going to listen to that. And then at the end,
I would like
I will come back again. Yeah.
Jan-Erik, I would like to thank you for coordinating this roundtable and being, you know, quite interactive. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you
I
all.
agree. Thank you.
Thank
Now
you.
we give
everybody.
Thanks. We give over the floor to the organizers. In the program, it says a break now until 11:30. So if anyone want to say anything, please do, or we take the break directly now and come back 10:30. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. See you.
Okay.
See you.
Okay, dear colleagues, hi everybody. I'm Levan Zagarelli from Ilia State University, Tbilisi, Georgia. I'm very happy to be here with you and very humbled and honored to be able to lead this section of presentations. And let me remind you of some technical issues we have to take into consideration while the presentations. We will have 3 presentations in these sections in order to find out how the challenges, actually what the achievements and follow-ups of the Printel project were in Yerevan. And each of the presenters or speakers has about 15 minutes, and I hope very much that we will not exceed this time frame. And I would like to ask the audience to formulate their questions in the question and answer section, which is right below of the screen. And afterwards, we will have about 15 minutes to discuss those questions with the speakers. So let's start. The first speaker is Anna Alexanyan from Yerevan State University, Associate Professor. And Anna, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to present Yerevan State University's experience and real responsible role for me. Dear guests, dear honorable guests, dear colleagues, let me introduce Yerevan State University's experience in the framework of Printel project. I'm going to present you how Printel promotes to the innovative teaching and learning and to the change in classroom at Yerevan State University. Doing so, I'm going to present how Printel is strengthening, is building capacity, raising awareness on innovative teaching and learning, dissemination, exploitation of the results of the project. So strengthening teaching staff development centers in partner countries of higher education institutions. First of all, was developed guidelines for the creation of operational plans for TSDCs, and also in the case of Yerevan State University was created operational plan for 2019-2021 for teaching staff development of Yerevan State University, and was developed activities within this plan, like which kind of courses, consultancies, seminars, workshops, conferences, which kind of networking or development projects, publications, etc. should be acting within this project. Starting with these plans, there was organized also workshop in Porto in 2018, and also there was study visit to Barcelona in order to discuss all these activities with the partners from developed countries. The main purpose of the event, which was organized in Porto and Barcelona, was the acquaintance of administrative staff of the eastern part of countries, universities with modern experiences of teaching staff development centers, their activities, which kind of structure they have, which kind of plans they have, and how we can disseminate this and adaptate it for our university too. And after all discussions, where next step were organization of the trainings for teacher trainers who should be trained for TOT trainings, staff development trainings at universities. So 5 different trainings at university, at FEGNF University of Applied Science of Graz, during which was organized the hybrid blended teaching and learning training for the university staff, in which was participated also the staff by Yerevan State University. And then was organized teacher training course at Catholic University of Leuven, which was active learning with special focus on technology enhanced collaborative learning. And also Yerevan State University's lecturers have been very active in this training. And then was capacity building, other training, teacher training course at University of Porto, video as a learning tool for teachers and students, video lecturing and promoting interaction in the classroom. Next training was at the University of Linköping, active learning in the flipped classroom. And of course, the training at University of Barcelona, Spain, active learning and ICT enhanced teaching, learning and gamification course, which was also very active and contributing for this project. So we can see that the staff of Yerevan State University was very active within all these 5 trainings. Different staff members was participated in these trainings, and coming to the home, they brought with them great experience, aiming to deliver this experience to own colleagues within Yerevan State University, and also adaptate this experience for our own students enhancing and developing teaching and learning process at Yerevan State University. But of course, this experience was very important and crucial, not only from the aspect of personal development, but also from the aspect of Yerevan State University staff's development. And this staff needs more technical support from the administrative aspect. And in this aspect, the Printel project was very helpful and helps to establish new electronically enhanced teaching and learning infrastructure. And now we have at Extension Department of the Yerevan State University, where we are organizing our own trainings, our own TOT trainings for our colleagues. We have 3 really good, nice rooms for organizing our trainings. And also we have studio for recording our online lectures for our students. And also our online training we can record here and deliver to not only to, for our students, but also to our colleagues. And after all these trainings, which were organized at different universities, at different developed universities, developed countries, coming to the home, we have organized for our colleagues interesting teacher trainings. And now we have 5 courses, 5 regular courses at the Extension Department of Yerevan State University, which are entitled like the same trainings at the university, at European universities: hybrid blended teaching and learning, active learning, video as a learning tool, active learning in the flipped classroom, active learning and ICT enhanced teaching, or M-learning and gamification, etc. So in-house trainings were organized at Yerevan State University for our colleagues, and almost at first stage, at first phase, almost 300 colleagues, 300 lecturers have been participated in these trainings very actively, and then continuing to develop innovative methods in own classroom, working with own students. And of course, after all this, after these trainings and after dissemination of this experience among our colleagues, we had to discuss this with our European colleagues, and at Yerevan State University was organized workshop for TT courses, product discussions, and international conference or workshop at Yerevan State University was organized in order to discuss our peculiarities of TT courses at Yerevan State University with our international colleagues, with experts. And of course, after this, all regular courses was situated at Yerevan State University's Extension Department. And now we have 5 courses at Extension Department under the Innovative Courses title, umbrella title, where 2 courses are obligatory: hybrid blended teaching and learning and active learning in flipped classroom, and other courses are selective, and our colleagues can choose in which course they would like to participate. But at least 2 courses were obligatory for starting lecturers who are just starting their experience and their career at Yerevan State University. And not only this kind of offline or face-to-face courses were organized at Yerevan State University, but also during pandemic period were adopted these all TOT courses, and online trainings also were held at Yerevan State University. We have the same courses, online versions at Extension Department. And of course, COVID-19 pandemic was really challenging for all of us as lecturers. but believe me, absolutely, it was not challenging for the Printel staff lecturers, because we have got really good experience during these teaching trainings, teacher trainings at different European universities, with our colleagues. And online trainings were organized entitled like online project-based learning, teaching and learning at university. So we have really great experience at our university, and this experience was promoted by administrative staff, and we have really good Wattle portal now, which is very good for networking within teaching community of Yerevan State University. We discuss and consultate with different teaching communities within Yerevan State University, also with colleagues which are starting, which are at the beginning of their career, and with experienced colleagues. And we have good awards, which is very important for the colleagues which contribute to this process. And not only Printel staff, Printel lecturers, but also other university staff can have a participation in this competition and get award for their excellence teaching. So I have my own success story. I have got last year Teaching Excellence Award 2020. And this award was based on the student survey results for the innovative teaching, for the contribution to the development of the learning process at Yerevan State University. And of course, after this all, it was very important to formulate our ideas, to formulate our experience, how we have disseminated our good teaching experience. And as a result of the project was published Innovative and Technology Enhanced Teaching and Learning Handbook for the teachers, for the university teachers, were situated all results of the 5 groups, and Yerevan State University staff was also very active for creating this handbook. And of course, we are all open for continuation of this project, and we all continue to learn, and we all are open for any collaboration within our project. Thank you very much. I would like to happy to get questions.
Thank you very much, Anna, for this extensive report on what has been done at the Yerevan State University. And I hope there will be some questions at the end of the session. And now we can go to the next presenter, next speaker, which is Arthur Zaprosyan, an associate professor from National Polytechnic University of Armenia. Please, Arthur, if you're here. I don't see you. Okay, great. But we can't hear you for now. Oops. Arthur, you need to switch on the microphone, I guess. Yes, great, thank you.
Dear colleagues and friends, the participation of the National Polytechnic University of Armenia in the Printel project undoubtedly had a positive impact on the activities of our Teaching Staff Development Center, and taking into account the role of the center in the educational activities of the NPUA, allowed expanding the applied teaching methods, improving the qualifications of teachers by providing them with access to modern teaching aids and techniques. The NPUA was responsible for organizing and conducting work package 1. In accordance with the tasks set, the working group of our university has developed a methodology for the needs analysis. Taking into account the consultations, the main research topics were identified, questions were drawn up for students and teachers, and the methodology for analyzing the survey outcomes was fixed. The results obtained were comparable with each other. This made it possible to identify real needs and provide appropriate recommendations. An important achievement of our university is a series of lectures on new teaching technologies, which were developed by our teachers within the framework of this project. The teachers of the MPUA who have passed the relevant trainings in European universities, in order to transfer the acquired experience, have developed their own courses and conducted training for their colleagues. By decision of the MPUA administration, on the basis of these lectures, training programs for teachers were developed, which should be regularly conducted at our university. Moreover, 2 courses called Modern Teaching Technologies and consisting of theoretical and practical parts have become mandatory for all university teachers. Also, the MPUA has developed a local project site which displays all the project activities carried out with our participation, as well as reports and prepared documents. In particular, the website contains reports on internal trainings, the operational plan of the center, which we have developed, reports of the relevant meetings of the rectorates and of the scientific council of the MPUA, and so on. The site has also a portal for the local virtual academy, which hosts presentations and video lectures prepared by our teachers. It was interesting for us to study the experience of the best European universities in the implementation of modern teaching technologies in the educational process. The experience of carrying out a complete digitalization of education while maintaining the students' desire for books. We have witnessed students' access to the richest collection of unique books in the library of the University of Barcelona. Digital technologies are a tool for the effective delivery of information and knowledge to the students, the creation of educational materials and an effective way of teaching, and most importantly, a means of building a new educational environment. Thanks to the project, our university acquired high-resolution interactive displays that can be used autonomously in the local network of the university, as well as connected to the global network, provide access to presentation via a QR code, etc. This slide shows the classroom before and after installing the devices. We also purchased special equipment for recording and editing lectures, interactive video cameras, etc. Currently, all purchased equipment has been installed, integrated into the educational process, and is being intensively used. All teachers of our university are provided with free cloud storage of 1 terabyte and a large number of software licenses, including MS Office, MS Teams, MS Stream. The speed of the internet at the university is comparable to the speed of data transfer in a local network. Therefore, video lectures prepared by our teachers in the laboratory created within the framework of the Printel project are stored in one place in Microsoft streaming network with access from anywhere. Students can also access these materials if necessary. Digitalization of the educational process is not only the introduction of appropriate technical solutions, the acquisition of appropriate devices, computers, etc., but also a radical change in thinking, stereotypes, and working methods on the part of all participants in this process. The participation in the project prompted us to rethink the methods of working with students and existing infrastructure solutions, as well as assess the needs for the transition to new innovative technologies and adapt and localize them, taking into account the specifics of our university. On behalf of the Polytechnic University, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers and administrators of the project for the opportunity to participate in it. I consider that our most important acquisition is the knowledge and experience that was transferred to us by the leading universities in Europe and the leading specialists participating in the project. Dear colleague, in order to avoid repetitions with previous speeches, I shortened some part of my presentation. Thank you.
Arthur, thank you very much for this brief but informative presentation, and for finishing your presentation in a very timely manner. It's always very interesting to hear about the experience of neighbors, so to say, and to find out how it worked at other universities. So thank you very much once again. And now we can go to our third presentation. And before I ask Christine Kazarian from Vanadzor State University to read her speech or make her presentation, I would like to remind all of you that we have an opportunity to ask questions in the question and answer section below. So please take advantage of this opportunity, and we're looking forward for the question and answer part of our session right after this third presentation now. So now I would like to ask Christina to tell us about the achievements at Vanadzor State University. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues and friends, and nice to meet you again in a healthy condition after the challenging situation. It's a good luck to meet you in a healthy condition now today. And this is my pride and honor to have a chance actually to represent my own university. And while preparing this project, actually, we were considering upon the format of project and decided to create it in a format that is called 6Ws model, and which allows us to deliver all achievements accordingly and answering to each of these Ws correspondingly to and following to the Printel project's aims and tasks. And I will introduce all achievements accordingly by answering these questions. Who we are Vanadzor State University. I can say that we have our irreplaceable role and condition among our partner universities. And Vanadzor State University actively involved in all packages, Printel packages. And this is not the project, not only the project about the innovative knowledge, but this is a project about making friendship and making a collaborative environment and cooperation. And I think that Vanadzor State University became a particle of this big family named Printel project. When the project started, it started actually in 2017, and you know that it prolonged up to 2021. And during the last year, 2020, we all met the challenging condition named COVID-19, and all of us had to overcome it and make some efforts to face with these difficulties. And I think that due to this Printel project, we overcame everything together by this teamwork. And actually, what is about the project, and what you know that the project is created through 7 packages, and I will introduce all the aims and tasks accordingly, following each package and announcing all achievements of the packages, announce all the achievements of Vanadzor State University, announcing correspondingly to each package. Sorry.
Sorry for interruption, Christina. Your presentation doesn't move. Should it be like that, or it's kind of you just forgot it?
I don't think, but it's moved in my screen. It's moved. It is moving actually.
Well, at least I cannot see anything but the first slide. So maybe you should just
Maybe
switch
I'll
to the
new
slideshow.
sharing. Maybe
Yes,
I will do
exactly.
it again.
Thank you. That's cool. That's great. Thank you.
Can you see it now?
Yes, it's working. Thank you very much.
It's working. Okay. And okay, let me pass to the first package. The first package is about the strengthening teaching staff and creating these DCDS centers. And this is about the capacity building of TCDS staff and training capacity building procedures. And the two achievements for that period for us were VSU need analysis report document and VSU TSDC operational plan. And these two documents were signed and confirmed by the Academic Council of VSU. But about the historical part of that process, actually we had lifelong learning center in Van State University, and it has a huge experience in training areas. And current center that is called Reform and Training Center is a successor of that center. And the Printel project brought a new fresh air for the Reform and Training Center. And we currently launched lots of training programs at that center. And the second achievement for that package is purchase of equipment, and it allows us to replenish and furnish two auditoriums of our university. Currently, we have two auditoriums. You can see pictures for that auditoriums, and these auditoriums called Technology-Enabled Active Learning Classroom, and the second one is Multimedia Lecture Capture Studio. And these auditoriums make possible not only for online courses, creating online courses and launching them, but also they let us to record video courses, and during my presentation you will have a possibility to enjoy at least one courses, video recording courses. And this equipment is really an achievement for us because we furnished our auditoriums by this super powerful, innovative equipment. The second package is about, could you see the moving of my screen? Is it okay?
It's all right.
The second package is about the development, capacity building of teaching staff. And in the scope of the program, 6 lecturers from Van State University were trained in different European countries. And I myself can claim as a witness, I was a participant, and in Leuven University can claim that we obtained not only innovative knowledge in that area, but also we make strong friendship. And this is not about the capacity building. This is another project of continuation. And I think that the achievement of the program should be a continuation of it, and the continuation of idea. So, also we should mention that during the pandemic period, our trained staff met this challenging situation and experienced the knowledge that obtained during the project, because they put into practice new innovative knowledge and can overcome all challenges. And the second, as I have mentioned before, this challenging situation made possible for our trainees work in the scope of this formula that is about the innovation, education, formulation, and combination. That is the idea of Printel project. So innovation plus education. This format really worked during the challenging situation. And the third package is about the development, creating virtual academy of teaching and learning staff. And actually we have 6 courses. Our our 6 lecturers not only subscribed in a virtual portal, but also designed their courses. And currently we have 6 courses. You can just click on that portal and watch all courses, see all of them. And not only they created these courses, but also they are actively involved in different activities like discussions. And the inner staff that were trained by them also become the amounts 41 trained staff became active users and beneficiaries for that portal also. So you can find these courses there. And the 4th package is about the dissemination. You know that Printel program, the core idea of the program is also about the sharing of information. And the sharing information has done in 2 ways in Vanadzor State University: internal sharing and external sharing. And internal sharing is done by our internal staff, trained staff, and you can see that more than 100 lecturers from Vanadzor State University were trained, and they were sharers like that, and they were distributors of information about the program. And then the achievement is training programs of lecturers also has changed a lot, and VSU chairs have organized exchange programs, open classes. Postgraduate students also were involved in the training programs for that period. And this was a great and huge experience for passing new innovative knowledge to a new next generation. And the external sharing actually is done by our external beneficiaries. I will talk about them, but especially our external beneficiaries like Vanadzor's medical college staff. As I said before, we met a challenging situation. All our big family called Printel met a challenging situation named COVID-19. And during these procedures, by overcoming this challenging situation, our 7 lecturers were trained online in February, you know. And after that, in April, they trained 107 lecturers from Vanadzor State University. And the second achievement for that period was organization of inter-chair discussions concerning to the evaluation of online teaching and provision of feedback. So this challenging situation shows that due to the program, Vanadzor State University team actually obtain knowledge that make possible to overcome all these unpredictable situation that is called by COVID-19. And the 5th package is about the quality control and monitoring. And in the scope of the program, we have quality assurance plan. And these controlling and monitoring procedures were done in 3 levels: by the coordinator of the project, by the Erasmus office in Armenia, and by the 2 experts of program, Nathalie Buldokian and Lucine Foljan. And you know that the 6th package is about the dissemination, and through you can see different social networks that were created during the program, and you can just link, open them, and find all the information about the program, all the pictures. But the main achievements for that period for dissemination actually is distribution of that is released by the project participants, and also the external one is done by involving in Tbilisi Interim Dissemination Conference. The 7th package is about the management. 4 conferences were organized for managers, and one is planned for the future. And actually the question why? All achievements of the program should be in touch with the university's core idea, capacity building. As a conclusion, we can claim that at the end of the program, Vanadzor State University has following achievements: more than 200 trained staff, the stable existence of external beneficiaries. For example, our Vanadzors Medical College became our existent beneficiary, external beneficiary, and our trained lecturers get job offers from non-governmental and governmental organizations and other universities. The usage of Trello panel in the management of Vanadzor State University's rectorate system. And also, we have a reform and training center, as I said, and this center had applied for the teachers training program, and this year the Ministry of Education approved it. It is for 3 year actually, and there is the content in the part of the content is about the innovative knowledge, and our trainers became an active trainers for that program also. And this year, the first session actually is done, and 146 teachers were trained during the scope of the first session in 10 specialization, by the way. And of course, I would like to mention the other achievement. It is about the creating of e-library at the university to keeping all recorded courses. And as I promised before, you will have a possibility to enjoy 2 courses. So the first one is my course. It's about the subjects of labor law. I'm explaining about the subjects of labor law. And the second one is about the blended learning. And this is a course for English language and literature lecture. She's explaining the blended learning, what is it actually. And this is an idea to accumulate all recorded courses, video courses at the e-library that is going to be done in the nearest future. And of course, I would like to mention that undoubtedly all the tasks and requirements that were set as a program's core idea could not sound realistic without a strong teamwork. Vanadzor State University, one of the luckiest one to have this powerful, willful team that has a great head and has a great contribution to any step of the program. And strong teamwork is also one of the guarantees of contribution of the program and continuation of the program. Why not? And thank you very much for your time. If you have any question, please feel free to ask them. Actually, I hope to see you in another innovative and wise program like Printel, and keep you in a health condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. And now we have time for some questions and as a discussion. As far as I understood, there are no questions in the question and answer section. So maybe I would allow myself to ask you some questions, and then we will have a longer break after this section, I guess. So at first, let me tell you that I was totally fascinated by the idea of awards, and congratulations to Anna that she has been awarded special annual prize for the teaching and learning achievements. And I think that's a cool idea. And I'm wondering if the other universities manage to implement this idea the same way. It could be very interesting for me to learn more about it. Yeah, please, Christina.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for interruption, but just a couple of days before, our council, Vanadzor State University's council, also approved this document of excellence gratification, and we are going also to get this. Yes.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
in fact, I had a small question to Arthur. If I understood him properly, at their university, they kind of managed to introduce these trainings, at least two of them, as an obligatory trainings for all the teachers. Did I understand it properly? So my question would be if there was any resistance from on the side of the professors, or and how did they manage to cover these numbers of professors? Because to somehow to force all the professors to take those courses, it's not easy. It's technically pretty challenging. So I was wondering how the university managed to make those courses obligatory for all the professors, and how would they assess it? I mean, how would they evaluate the results? Was it successful, and did the professors accept it, and really were they eager to implement what they learned in those trainings? So that would be my question, but I cannot see Arthur here.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you see him?
Okay, he's here, but I cannot see him on a video basis. But maybe you could also answer. Did you also introduce the trainings on the obligatory basis? I guess Anna said that it was rather for the new professors. No? Yes.
Yes, that was okay. If I may start the answer to this question regarding to Yerevan State University. So we have these 5 courses which are selected for all lecturers at Yerevan State University, but 2 of them are obligatory for the lecturers who are starting their career at Yerevan State University. So if you know, we have a 5-year extension program for Yerevan State University lecturer staff, and all staff members, all lecturers should pass these courses. And we have different sections like education section and research section, and then sections which are obligatory for all lecturers, for example, publications, international seminars, etc., etc. And one of these sections is innovative teaching methods. And under this section are situated these all courses which were developed within the Printel project. And the feedback from the lecturers at Yerevan State University are very positive. We have done research on this feedback, and we gather very interesting results. And we can see that almost 98% of lecturers are satisfied by the courses which were organized within Printel project. So, and regarding to the award, it was really motivated for me to participate in the competition and to win it, because there are some different awards for different faculties, like for social science faculties, for natural science faculties, etc. A huge amount of lecturers would like to participate in this competition, and it was honorable for me to be presented here as a person who was got this award. It was really honorable for me.
Thank you.
And
that's
of
cool.
course, huge contribution has Printel project on my career, and I can say that that was really a success story for me to be part of Printel project.
I can share it totally, because it's the same story with me. I changed lots of things, and I'm very grateful, and I keep on changing. Actually, I'm not done with that even now. So you can be sure that the implementation of project goes on even after the end of it. So yeah, that's true to me as well. Christina, maybe you want to add something? I don't know if you want to. It's not obligatory.
Yes, about the obligatory part, I can claim that the same content is about Vanadzor State University's training programs at the Reform and Training sector department. This content, especially for innovative learning, is included in for an obligatory part for our lecturers also. And they are trained, they have to know this knowledge, and we update this program. As I mentioned before, we update all training programs, because before the Printel project, it was different, like not innovative, so-called, but now we have these particles. Yes, just
it's obligatory for all the professors, or the new professors
it
only?
is obligatory for up to 65 years.
Okay.
Yes, not for
but almost all. Okay, I understand.
Almost all, yes, for almost all. But you know that this training center organizing all the time these courses, and even they can, in this situation, pandemic situation, when we need to turn from online to offline education, they need to review their knowledges and competencies all the time. They feel this need, and yes,
sure.
That's why it becomes somehow obligatory for them also to
automatically
survive in this
because
condition.
they needed it. Yes,
yes, to survive. Otherwise, you can't survive as a lecturer. To become a future so-called future lecturer.
Yeah. Thank you. For me, the main message of our section was that all of us want the project to go on in some way or another, or maybe another project where we could learn more about innovative teaching methods and technology-based learning. And I would totally agree with that, and I would be also very glad if the project continues and we will have some more opportunity to exchange our experience and learn more. Because as Wim said in the former section, there are lots of more tools and lots of more methods that we could learn. And what we just learned is just the beginning, actually. So, okay, there are no more questions and answers as far as I understand. I would like to thank you all for participation in this section. And
sorry, Levan, but we have one question in the chat addressed to Christina.
No, it's as far as I understand, it's an old question, and it's just unanswered, so that is why it's still there. It's not about our section.
It's regarding to our question, to our section. It's written by Lana Karlova.
Yes,
she asked question to Christina.
Yes, I have already answered her.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, don't worry.
That's great. Okay, so we have informal communication here, which is not bad. Okay, thank you very much once again. As far as I understand, we will now have about 40 minutes for our break, and then we will come back to the section number 3, which will start at 1 p.m. in Brussels time. So once again, thank you very much, and see you again. Bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Welcome everyone back to our conference from the lunch break. I hope you had a nice meal. We shall continue our conference with the achievements and follow-up of the participating higher educational establishments in innovative teaching and learning within Printel project from Georgia. I would like to introduce you my colleagues from Georgia, Giga Hositashvili from Ilia State University, Boris Gitalendia from Georgian Technical University, and also Tamar Mikeladze and Jakub Gogebashvili from Tel Aviv State University, who will present their results in their universities, and we will later on discuss them. I would like to remind you about the agenda. We've got around 15 minutes for each of the speakers. And at the end, we've got 15 minutes for Q&A and follow-up discussions. Those who are online, you can ask your questions to the speakers in the Q&A section, which is below in Zoom. And we will try to answer all of them in our Q&A session, again, at the end of this part. Right now, I would like to pass word to Giga to present the results of the project from Ilia State University. Giga, hello, and
hello.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Konstantin, for nice introduction. Let me just share my screen. Good afternoon once again. I hope that you're enjoying the conference so far. And I represent Ilia State University, and first of all, I would like to share my gratitude toward the project management team and all the wonderful colleagues we had from Armenia, Belarus, and our European partners as well. And I will try to, as you have already mentioned, I will try to sum up the major outcomes of the Printel project from Ilia State University side, and I would like also to speak about the sustainability of the project outcomes and deliverables and how the university sees these outcomes in a future perspective. So I know that the majority of the attendants might know Ilia State University well. We've been in collaboration under this project for almost 3 years already, or 4 years already. But for those who doesn't know about the Ilia State University, I just want to briefly mention some facts and figures. It's quite young university, state university, located in the capital, Tbilisi. And we are established in 2006, and as you can see, the number of the professors and the researchers are quite high who are working at the university currently. We have more than 60 programs in different fields, and we cover almost everything from the medical sciences to the humanities. We offer studies on 3 levels of the studies to the Georgian society, and not only the Georgians, but the university has some English language programs that are popular among the foreigners who are coming to our city to get education. So then we have more than 30 research institutes and centers that are open to our researchers and PhD students. and we are the #1 research university in South Caucasus according to Simago institutions ranking. So this is very quickly about the university itself, so that you have some idea what the university looks like. And as for the project Printel and our participation in it, as the rest of the partner higher educational institutions from partner countries, we also benefited from this project. The first and the biggest part of this benefit was the training courses that we attended. In 2018, 15 trainers were selected at our university. Those were the academic staff who we sent to European partners, and we had wonderful face-to-face trainings there in different partner institutions. And after we came back, we also conducted the trainings, and this is almost 150 academic staff who were trained. And it was a face-to-face trainings, and I remember that once the university announced the call, and so these kind of trainings were accessible at the university, the demand was very high because lots of our colleagues, teachers, professors, lecturers, they were interested in participating in these trainings. And for this reason, there was a second phase of the trainings that was conducted at the same year, but in the fall semester, and we additionally trained almost 60 academic staff. But as a result, 5 training modules were created according to the application of the project that was written by our colleagues. So in addition to this, we also participated into the workshop that was conducted at Leuven University and was about the creating of the open educational resources. And we were lucky enough that all this happened in a face-to-face format. So we had a possibility to visit different universities or to host our colleagues locally at our university and conduct these trainings. But in addition to this, we also had online training courses, as you might know, and my colleagues and presenters from previous sessions, they already mentioned this, that after the outbreak of the COVID-19 and it was an idea of the project coordinator that we conduct an online TOT sessions, and that first was conducted for the trainers. And 16 academic staff were trained in February, March this year, and those trained people conducted online trainings later, and almost 80 academic staff were trained online. So this was also something additional step or additional activity that was due to the pandemic. And we also prepared 3 video instructions about the technology enhanced learning, and they were put in a uploaded or published in a social media of the university, and those videos have more than 20,000 views. So these are something that these are something that happened in this recent year, in this final year of the project. So these are these were the statistics. I mean, but I would like also to mention about to speak about the added value of the project outcomes that are very much appreciated at the university on the level of the top management, and because this project, although it was not planned, that the project support distance learning activities or online learning activities, but it happened that all of us were transferred to this emergency remote teaching, and this was something that the Printel trainings supported us very much to strengthen our academic staff, to upskill them into the using different teaching methods and also different technology while conducting classes. So this helped a lot. And those trainings happened just before the March 2020. So before the pandemic started. So it resulted in a way that our academics, the majority of our academic staff, were familiar with the different e-tools and softwares, and they were using it in their daily basis. In addition to this, we also participated in creating the teacher's handbook that was created under the Printel project. And this is also important that this handbook was published in January 2020, right before the pandemic started. So we quickly disseminated this handbook among our academic staff, and this helped a lot. Also, the infrastructure, some of my colleagues mentioned that the same happened at the institutions. So we managed to equip 3 classes with smart TVs, cameras, and audio recording system that are freely available for our academic staff. So as for the emergency remote learning, I've mentioned that although it wasn't the idea of the project to support this kind of activity, but it turned out that after the training sessions that we conducted, our teaching staff and academic staff, they were well prepared for conducting classes or using learning management systems or using video communication tools and etc. And so far we have, so we are using this learning management system, and we have almost 1,200 active courses with more than 100,000 activities created within the course. So it means that our teachers and academic staff, they are really good in creating activities, and it's not only conducting classes via Zoom, so they are doing their best to create as many activities as it's possible. We also disseminated the usage of video communication tools, and some of those tools were introduced in the Printel project training sessions. During these training sessions, how to use this video to conduct a class or to create an open educational resources, and etc. So this is something that that supported us very much during the pandemic and during this transaction from the classroom to the computer. As for the sustainability of the project, Ilia State University was one of the university where the Teachers Professional Center was created. So it's called Professional Development Center for Academic Staff. This center was created in 2019, and it is part of the university strategic plan. And this is very good combination of the project activities, and on one hand, and on another hand, the strategic planning of the universities. So the aim of this center is to support academic staff in implementing innovative teaching and learning methods in order to enhance the quality of teaching and learning. And at this point, there are 5 modules that our academic staff can choose from and attend those trainings. So far, in recent months, I remember that these trainings were conducted online. As soon as we get back to the university, then these trainings will be conducted in the classrooms. And what is the one more important thing about this center and the activities of this center is that attendance on the trainings was included in the annual assessment of the academic staff. So now it is somehow the university tried to promote the attendance on those trainings because it is not mandatory yet. And this is a voluntary basis. So everyone who wish to participate in the trainings, they can attend the one. And these activities are open to our PhD students as well. So they can participate in these trainings, they can attend those trainings before they start teaching at the university. That is a mandatory for them in order to get their diplomas. And I know that the time is running, so I will quickly summarize this. So when it comes to sustainability and synergy, there are many projects that Ilia State University is currently participating, but I want to mention 2 of them. which we found somehow very similar on the one hand, and very good perspective for the synergy and sustainability of the Printel project. The one is the learning optimization and academic inclusion via equitative distance teaching and learning. This is called Lab Distance project that is Ilia State University is participating, and the aim of this project is to support a university to create or design distance distance courses and to enhance this infrastructure and upskill both academic and administrative staff. And what is the most important, we had the possibility under this project to get lifetime access to Camtasia and iSpring Suite, and those are the tools that we introduced firstly in Printel project, and now we are able to get license to those tools and actively promote it under the among our colleagues. And also there is another project that has recently started. This is developing and implementing technology enhanced learning at Georgian higher education institutions. The coordinator is Tallinn University from Estonia, and the aim of this project is to design courses for teacher education programs in technology enhanced learning. So we are somehow combining the outcomes of the Printel project and the aims and the deliverables of these new projects, and we want to somehow make it happen that all the deliverables and the outcomes were accessible at the Teachers Professional Development Center, and those training modules will be created there, and it will be accessible for everyone. I mean, under this project, we got license to Articulate 360 and lifetime access to Camtasia again, and those are the tools that we have first introduced under the Printel project. So now we have the possibility to not only give theoretical trainings about some tools, but also give the possibility to our academic staff to use those tools in practice. And I think this was the last slide from my presentation. This is what I wanted to share with you, and hopefully we will have chance to answer the questions during the question and answer session. So
yes, especially that there are some questions from the audience as well, so we will devote some time. Thank you very much, Giga. And now I'm passing the word to Boris Gitalendi from Georgian Technical University. Please.
Thank you, dear Konstantin, and thank you, Giga, for the nice presentation. So first of all, I'm very happy to have a chance to participate in the Printel final conference, and of course, I'm very happy that I have a chance also on behalf of GTU Printel team do presentation here at the conference. So I'm Boris Gitolendia, Associated Professor from Georgian Technical University. And since beginning of Printel project, I'm very actively involved in this project. And now I'm TOT. And also I had some duty in managerial works. So my presentation today contains two basic information. First, I would like to present some experience and also achievements what we have within the Printel project. And also the second part of my presentation, I will shortly discuss about sustainability and about our vision, how we see to keep the all results and to develop our achievements.
Please stick to the time frames because we are very
I will keep it. I will definitely
keep it in mind, please. Thank you.
First of all Georgian trainers and the Printel management team was very active, and we are very active to be participating on activities. But I will now pass to exact facts. For example, 12 TOT trainers was trained in European partner countries, and we can see the titles of the project, and I think all we very well know this. Second time we have been trained as an online training, and we can all see here the titles also. And now we have, as I already mentioned, 12 TOT trainers, which are very active and they are working with this contents. Before the contacting all the activities, especially the courses, a lot of work have been done by our team members and also the TOT trainers. For example, they organized several meetings just to make good content. Also, we had established Teaching Staff Development Center because it was one of the main goals of the Printel project. We have been very actively cooperation. We had very active cooperation with our top management and administration, and all results and all aims and all activities was widely presented to them and also the GTU community itself. TOT trainers also did a lot of and very great jobs because they, of course, based on our European experience and Printel project experience, they prepared syllabuses and whole content of the trainings, and also they very well managed to pass this all knowledge or experience to our colleagues. And the training we are conducted by Teaching Staff Development Center, which is part of, let's say, this is one of the unit of our innovation center, which is operating around of GTU. Here we can see some main information, what kind of activities we have did because of implement the TOT and OTT TT and OTT trainings. We did it 3 times. I mean, it was 3 cycles of trainings. First was totally was in face-to-face, but the second cycles of trainings, it started in face-to-face, but because of COVID pandemic breakdown, it went to the online, and third training cycles totally went to the online. We call it online trainings. So we can see some main figures and statistics. I will not just read all these numbers or figures, but we can see it comes from our first TOT trainings, and totally at GTU was trained almost 400 trainers, and average numbers of participants for each trainings were 30. It was the first trainings, which was in face-to-face. We can also see here some numbers, which comes also from training session, from first training session. We can see here a total number of our academic staff, and almost more than 20% of our academic staff was trained. I think it was very significant numbers. So here we can see also OTT training results. About 200 academic staff was trained, and we can see here breakdown between faculties. Also, I would like to mention that in our training session was involved also teachers and our colleagues from our partner institutions from Georgia. This number was not too high, but I would like to emphasize it because it seems that our project was popular not only in GTU, it was also popular in different institutions. So here we can see the total numbers within the project, Printel project at GTU was trained 600 and about 50 trainers, and we think that it is really, really good number. All staff which have been trained, they have been also certified, and we can see just example here of the certificate. I think it was very, very important for them. Also, we have after every training session, we have done evaluation questionnaire, and we can read here some main comments, which gives us some pictures or idea and helps us to make some conclusion and to think for our future development. I want to read all these comments, but there was really, really important and good comments comes from our colleagues. Also, I want to share you one information about our responsibility. GTU as an institution was one of the responsible institution, work package 4, which was dedicated to raising awareness of TNL. And with this work package have been developed document. I can say it is kind of guideline which gives introduction and gives like information to our staff, not only GTO around the all staff who knows Printel project, and give them some kind of like information how can be developed the TOT T and L process, and give some motivation. Also, we think here we can speak about our experience and challenges. So all we see is that the numbers was quite significant. Maybe it's because that GTO is quite big university, one of the biggest in Georgia. But also as a result, we can say that all goals and aims which that had a Printel project, we see that it's absolutely achievable. We see also that our courses and the Printel project help us just to understand it clearly. We need to redesign our syllabuses. It is, of course, in the process, but still we need to keep some step for that. And also further dissemination, it is very important to motivate our staff and our colleagues to participate more and more such as activities. President Giga already mentioned that in Georgia we don't have any obligation. It's just no one can say that in Georgia that you must do this kind of activities. It's up to teachers and up to persons, and kind of motivation pieces. It's very important, we think. There is a big conclusion, but I will mention some of very important from them. For example, we see that I don't know why it happened, but in activities, ladies, I mean the women's, we are more active to participate Printel projects than for example males. Especially it was visible when we had group works or some home tasks, let's say. Also, also this is very important to promote this kind of activities from the top administration, and this can be one of the main conclusion here. And the last conclusion which I want to mention is about like a combination between Printel project aims, results, and our current situation. I mean, a COVID pandemic. It seems that it's very, very important and very modern and fits each other. With one fact can be emphasized, for example, what we learn in theoretical level, I mean, in different European countries, this COVID situation push us and help us, let's say, to implement in real life and in the practice. I think it is very important things to say. Here we can see some pictures from very good time, for example, when it was a face-to-face meeting. And I already mentioned that after we had to went to the online as all our studying process, and we finished our trainings in online, and the participant, I told that it was more than 200, almost 200. You can see pictures. And my last picture is a slide is about perspectives and the vision. What we see first, we must say that this is very important that Printel project help us, I mean, GTO and our institutions, to create a specially equipped new room. And this kind of room also recording studio and the technology class will be operating at GTO, and there will be like a free access for every teacher. Also, the document which is prepared, also it can be kind of guideline and supporter for continue working on the active learning and the innovation learning and the related all topics. We think it's very, very important. And the last things, we inside of TSD Center, Teaching Staff Development Center, we are going to prepare 5 basic training course based on Printel experience, and we will offer it within this center to our colleagues, to our academic staff, and I mean teachers, we are already working on the content, and I think from this semester it will be available. So it was almost I wanted to mention, and I hope that I kept my time. So if you have a question, with pleasure, I would answer it. But at the end, I really want to say thank you to all participants, Printel project, especially from our partner universities, and huge thanks on behalf of GTU Printel team to the coordinator of Printel project, Professor Budagian. Thank you.
Boris, thank you very much for thorough full presentation. And now I'm passing the floor to Tamar Mikeladze from Tel Aviv State University to present their results. Tamar, please, floor is yours. And please keep up to the timing also. You've got 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Konstantin, for introducing me. I'm delighted, very delighted to participate in the closing dissemination conference and also to present the achievements that has been done in my university. First of all, I would like to mention the completed objectives within the project in TESOL. So the Teaching Staff Development Center was strengthened, and also academic staff has been trained, modernized infrastructure should be mentioned, and built up capacity, once the Virtual Academy of Teaching and Learning was established, the academic staff of TESAU joined the international community of teachers and staff and students, and also prepared some open educational resource courses where they used open educational resources and were uploaded there. Of course, we promoted greater awareness on the innovative learning among our staff, and tried to disseminate best practices. So now I would like to talk in details about the achievements, but in a chronological order. First of all, at the beginning, there was a survey of needs analysis, which was carried out among teachers, lecturers, and students, which showed the low awareness of technology usage in teaching. And as the mission of TESAU, and one of the priorities is education. So the creation of Teaching Staff Development Center was one of the goals that fit this mission. And so it was necessary to create and strengthen this center. And for this purpose, two academic staff were trained in Porto. Next, 6 trainers were chosen for the 5 modules, which were mentioned already today several times in different European partner universities. These trainings were conducted in 2018. So this, you can see some photos of this happy time which preceded the pandemic, global pandemic. Afterwards, there was time to share this experience and knowledge in TESAU, and so in-house teacher training were planned, and 6 trainers delivered this training courses, and 60 lectures attended these 5 modules, and they were all excited about these innovative methods and a new knowledge that was brought from, let's say, European partner universities. Next step was capacity building of TESAU teaching staff. And so the goal was to turn these courses into regular training courses. And this was the second round of training sessions conducted in May 2020, online sessions this time. Simultaneously, the goal was to start piloting this innovative teaching and learning methods in curricula. For this purpose, some syllabuses were revised, and students were taught with these new methods. And later, at the end of the semester, students were surveyed. So you see here is in the number, 56 students were surveyed, and they were positive about this teaching methods and enthusiastic. So they were keen on to learn more with the use of these new technologies and e-tools. So you see here some pictures displaying all this process that was going on in Tessau. Next step was to create the Vatel account. So after the Vatel network was set up, so Tessau, as along like other universities, was also equipped with the necessary hardware and software and infrastructure to create this open educational resources. And for multimedia content building studio assembled with audio and video and lighting equipment was established, allowing teachers to create this multimedia content. But for the smooth adoption of Vatel manual, it was necessary to train also academic staff who could produce this open educational resources. And here I have to mention another important training in Catholic University of Leuven in Belgium, held in October 2019. And two academic staff from Tessau participated, and later based on this training, I can say that 6 courses were uploaded on Vatel portal with innovative open educational resources. Last step was the raising awareness on information technology and learning, how to combine and how to promote this. Today it was also mentioned about the award system. So existing document that was at University Regulation of Incentive Awards for Academic Staff invited professors and teachers at Tel Aviv State University. So this document was elaborated and then promoted. Another course of training were provided in university in spring 2021, online this time, and the number of trainers grew here. We had 12 trainers and they delivered 76 hours of training, and there were 60 trainees. This is my final slide, and so as the final thought about project sustainability, I can mention here that as an outcome at university we have now a trained team of trainers, and also training courses which could be updated and modified according to the needs of our teachers. Also, there is a studio equipped with modern and let's say brand new equipment, which could be used for open educational resources, and not only to create such content, but also for other purposes, like for other faculties who need such equipment to produce other type of content, educational content. And of course, we have access to Vatel portal, and we believe that that could be also useful to our staff and for the future purposes. Another important thing are the documents, regulations, and methodological resources that were created within the project, and let's say e-library that will be there for all of us if we need to sharpen, to, let's say, to brush up or to improve things, existing practices. And last aspect, which is quite crucial for us, is the network of partner universities, the member of which is Tel Aviv State University. And I will take a moment also, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the project coordinator, Armen Budarian, and his team, who efficiently managed to who efficiently managed the project at all stages, and their hard work and dedication made it possible to complete objectives of the project despite the pandemic and all the challenges. Many thanks to EU partner country participants whose expertise allowed us to gain this new knowledge and implement new approaches in our universities. And I would like also to thank all the project participants whose contribution also allowed the successful completion of the project. So thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Tamar, thank you very much also for a great presentation. Colleagues, now we have time for questions and answers and discussion. Let's open up. First of all, there is a question from the audience, and there is a question I would ask first Boris. The question from Artem, did you face any resistance from professors while introducing new innovative teaching and learning methods? I would amend the question. And how to overcome the resistance from dinosaurs of education?
Thank you for this question. It's not so easy for me to answer this, but the resistance I remember, for example, from face-to-face trainings, when we firstly offered our contents to our colleagues, there really was some, maybe it's resistance, because they sometimes they refused to use something, and they was not so, we are not so advanced also. But you know, the COVID pandemic in somehow helped it, because when we had the TOT trainings, for example, they were more advanced, more ready just to receive some new content or new tools. And so unfortunately, in the widely, I cannot say anything. Maybe some colleagues can help me. But at the beginning, I really can say that there was some problems, because especially for the equipments and tools, and so because of these online things. But now I really cannot, I really have not heard anything, because, for example, now we have special office at the university. It is a part of our IT department, and they are working very well with our colleagues just to solve some problems if there is any, or so it can be my answer. So, but about dinosaurs, I cannot answer.
I saw in your presentation, there was a nice, I guess it was your presentation, there was a nice number. The average age of a person trained, it was 45 years old. So we can,
Yeah, it was real pictures. You know, in GTO, unfortunately, we have a lack of young professors, especially for engineering field. So the average now age of the professors, it's a little bit high, maybe 50 years, I don't know, but there is a real result. They were very active, really, especially the professors who had big experience to work at the universities. So now I really cannot say there is some big problems. Everyone is, teachers are more advanced now, I mean, academic stuff. They can use, yes.
What about, Boris, thank you very much. What about the other universities? What about Giga and Tamar from your side? What could you, how could you answer this question from your side?
Yeah, so maybe Tamar, yeah, you can start.
Thank you, Giga. In our university, we had a strategy at the beginning to pair the teachers or professors who had low skills or who had these poor skills in IT with the ones who were better. And also there was a problem of English. Some teachers couldn't speak English, and so I think this was effective strategy, pairing them in such ways so we could see them working together, and so it was kind of peer teaching. So young colleagues taught the new ones. So I think this was the solution in our case. But I can't talk about this resistance. It wasn't a rather resistance. It was the fear and lack of confidence. And I think in such a way it was the proper support was provided from our side.
Yeah, I have to agree with my colleagues that we also had this kind of challenge, if we can call this challenge, that at the beginning the more active, so we noticed that the younger people were more active, but we also noticed that some of the professors asked their PhD students to support them in assessment part or in creating different activities. So this also helped a lot. But that was before the pandemic, and after that, when we transferred all this infrastructure into the online, then the situation changed in a way. So now the academic staff were the ones who demanded the trainings. Before that was a different situation. The university administration offered, but after this, the situation changed. But it doesn't mean that the 100% of our academic staff like these tools and they are happy to use these tools. We still have some professors who prefer using different tools or who prefer using different teaching methods, and it's an issue of academic freedom, and the university is not very strict in this regard. Yeah.
Thanks, Giga. Thanks, Tamar.
Yeah, so the next question is addressed to me. So if you would like, I would like to respond this as well.
I just wanted to summarize. So regarding these questions, how to overcome the resistance, we received several different answers, and several which are, one of them is to create a special department like in Georgian Technical University. Another solution is peer teaching, like in Tel Aviv State University, which also impressed me. And another idea is that PhD students support their professors, like in Ilia State University, like Giga mentioned. So these three things everyone else could use in their own universities to also promote the tools. Yeah. Giga, please, the next question is to you. Yes.
And I noted that the question is about the activities that I mentioned. Maybe this is due to the fact that the biggest challenge before the pandemic that we had was that although some academic staff were using a learning management system, but this was rather usage for only uploading the study materials, the information resources, for example, and not actively use it. So what we tried to promote among our academic staff was using different activities in order to enhance the quality of teaching and learning. And because at the beginning, some of academic staff believed that distance learning or online learning is only conducting a class via Zoom, or for example, only give students the videos that is prepared in advance. So we wanted to explain to our academic staff that this is not enough, and this is not enough even in blended learning method. And now when we transferred to fully online classes, and we needed the creation of different activities. And in these activities, we mean the assessment activities, also the discussion activities, or any other that can be done into the learning management system. And we also, I forgot to mention that I'm responsible at my home university for the implementation of learning management tools and system in the faculty level. So I monitored these activities, and what I noticed was that academic staff after the pandemic, academic staff was the attitude changed in a way that they start creating the activities. Some of them like to give the discussion part into the forum, some of them created the quizzes, or some of them created the writing assignments, and etc. So now what the whole picture changed in a way that we do not have courses only with the learning materials, but also with the activities, and students are not in a passive situation where they can only watch or read, but they can participate, they can create, and they can present it. So for this reason, I just put this number of the activities there. So that was it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Giga, very much. I've got a question to Boris. In your presentation, you had an impressive number of 649 teachers trained at your university. How many are there persons in academic staff in your university? Just to understand to what extent there was the trainings covered the academic staff, to what percent?
The number was presented in my presentation. Also, we have more than 1,500 academic staff in total, I mean, and nearly 22% at the beginning of, I mean, when we had a face-to-face training, only this time was trained 22%, but in total, it is nearly 30%. So because we have 1,500 about, and trained was 650. It's nearly,
so
not
like
half, but so 30%. So
yeah, it's very good result, because we have to have at least 20% of persons trained, so that this culture, I would say, then disseminates further. So let's hope that it will grow further in Georgian Technical University, as well as in the other universities in your country, that this active teaching and learning disseminates further. Thanks. Colleagues, maybe you have questions to each other about the presentation.
I just want to add here a quick comment regarding the dissemination, because what happened at Ilia State University, that was very interesting. Once we trained the academic staff, I mean, the first phase, what happened was that these people went and they started speaking with their colleagues that, you know, I attend this kind of training. I now know how to use these certain tools, how to integrate or implement this in my everyday learning and teaching process. So it helped a lot to the university administration, because then the next semester, in the beginning of next semester, I remember that the demand came from the academic staff, because the others who could not attend those trainings at first, and they hear that from their colleagues, and they came to the center and asked for support and for the training. So I fully agree with you when you're in this, that this will be disseminated, and not only in the partner institutions, but outside of the project consortium, if we talk about the Georgia. Yeah, so this was my side what I wanted to comment on.
Good.
Also one comment, just my colleague reminded me about the dissemination at GTU. We had, for example, facts that one of the trainers, I don't remember the name, he prepared his own content also based on Printel experience, and he delivered trainings to different universities, even in regional universities. And one trainer also, she was as a invited teacher, or like with the Erasmus program in Italy, and also he made a presentation or one class based on the Printel experience. So it is a real fact what happened at GTU. And also, for example, me personally, I have several times I'm asked, when will be new content, when you will have new trainings, and teachers are very, very keen on. They really want to have new information or trainings. So.
Super, great, very great example for that you've provided also for everyone, also in our conference to mention or to keep it in mind that one could potentially in his own country also make these trainings and invite to these trainings the other universities. Really good. And of course, teachers are always keen on something new, and there is always a field for improvement. The world is changing. We can't just sit still and do nothing. We have to adjust to the changing environment.
Exactly.
COVID showed us how we all quickly moved to online, and now we are discovering, I guess, more and more of online, this online thing. I still we have a couple of minutes. I'd like to stay a little bit on the question about the classrooms, technology-equipped classrooms. One of the very important results of the project, I think, and you all presented great achievements with the classes. What's your experience with the classrooms already? If there is anything, what you can suggest to the people, or what stories you have about using these classrooms? Maybe some courses are already filmed, or some classes have already been taken in this technology-enhanced classrooms. Just a few words, colleagues.
Yeah, in our case at GTU, we have already purchased all equipment. We have received everything. But now we still not started studying process, and in the building we must be open this class. There is repair work, let's say, and as I know, next week it will be finished, and this class will be operating not late October. So, but we have every equipment already. We're just waiting the physical class.
Super.
And it will be new class, new repair, and so one will be in the faculty of power engineering, and another one will be in informatics, faculty of informatics, as I remember. Maybe Nina can remind me. So sorry.
So yeah, can I?
It will be into faculty. Just
thanks,
she wrote me.
Thanks, Boris.
Yeah, so how we use the classroom, which is, let's say, our studio. The first instance when we started using our studio was when it was the cooperation of USAID and our university. There is a project of improving primary education, and for teachers, primary teachers, education teachers, our academic staff who are involved in this project, they had to make a film on these methods and on different topics included in this primary education, such as formative assessment, teaching methods, motivation, parent school involvements. And so we had to use our studio and film this content there. It was quite exciting, and unfortunately I couldn't include some photos and shots in my presentation because this product belongs to USAID, and I couldn't take the permission from that. I didn't manage to do that, but I was happy that I was also involved in this project and worked for them. And in one of these films, I talk about formative assessment and development. So, and I was happy that it was possible to, let's say, combine this to the outcomes of this Printel project and see the results also in other projects. So I believe that we will continue working in creating such short videos and films that will also promote education in my region.
Thanks, Tamara.
So
yeah, a few words.
Just a few words. So we got this equipment and arranged this room in 3 different buildings of the university. And but unfortunately, we only had the chance only once because of, so we used the recording system, but this was only once because then the pandemic started, and compared to Tel Aviv University, we are not able to go to the university. So this is still closed, and we hopefully in the beginning of fall semester we will be able to get back to the universities and start reusing of this equipment.
Okay, great that you have it in different buildings, that professors working in each of the buildings can have equal rights to use. It's great. Okay, colleagues, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentations. Thank you very much for answers, for discussion. Hope we could convey the results of the project from Georgia quite deeply. And now we're saying that we have a break, I guess, and the next session is in 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
colleagues.
you. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Dear colleagues and guests, in this part of the conference, we will be focusing on perspectives from Belarus. And my colleagues from Belarus universities are going to share about their achievements and follow-up plans of implementing innovative methods of teaching in the higher education. I would like to give the floor now to Olga Malashenkova from Belarusian State University. She is an associate professor.
Okay, hello for everyone. I hope it's okay with my microphone and my video also. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon once again, dear colleagues, dear project partners and participants also. I'm glad to welcome everyone. I'm really glad to present the results of the Printel project from BSU part. As for me, I learned from European experts online, and my regards and gratitude to Juan Thomas. I was a BSU staff trainer also, and I work as a teacher of economics disciplines with my students. So, and going directly to the results of the project at BSU, here on the slide, you can see the results, activities and indicators of first work package of Belarusian State University. The Belarusian team prepared reports on EU best practices, and you can see that 4 staff members learned EU best practices during study visit to Europe. A big result was the survey of 43 employees and more than 90 students, really about needs, about demands in innovative teaching and learning. I want to emphasize a very significant result of the project. I mean, the Teaching Staff Development Center, which was created on the basis of BSU. And you see here on the slide that 6 staff members involved in the coordination of the center on the basis of the Faculty of Advanced Studies. What is important is for me that the regulations was developed, approved by the council of the university, and a work program was also developed. In the part of building competence, 15 staff were selected and trained in EU university within 5 teaching online training courses. So here, that's, as I think, very good photos, pictures with our colleagues, which had these trainings. So as for activities and results of the second world package, you can see that the internal training of BSU teachers and even some other universities of Minsk was a logical continuation of the project after the training of these 15 staff members in Europe. And in addition, 5 staff attended fine-tuning of TT courses conference in Yerevan. So I would like also to emphasize that the following result, that's very important for Belarus, because within the framework of this staff development center, 2 professional development programs were developed. And what is important that these programs have an official certificate with a huge, I would say, important official status in BSU in Belarus. I mean, one time every 5 years, every university employee must upgrade his or her qualification within the framework of some officially approved program. So more than 200 staff of BSU pursued regular TT courses at Teaching Staff Development Center. with official certificate. So I think that's important. One more interesting thing, that number, not just thing, but even indicator, about 500 students benefited from innovative teaching and learning methods during the piloting phase. And training staff applied new competences in their everyday teaching. So a big group of staff and students, more than 50 staff and more than 200 students were asked about their experience, their level of satisfaction, and further development of innovative competencies was realized in the online format. I mean that 14 Belarusian staff, Belarusian professors were trained within online talks on innovative teaching and learning methods. And these 14 trainers trained more than 150 staff members within in-house online seminars. So here on the next slide, you can see, do you see my slide? Yes. Okay. You can see some pictures, screenshots and photos of the BSU training processes, quite intensive, as I remember, very good. And next slide, we've put the results of the following packages of work packages on this slide. So a very important contribution of BSU to the project, to the Printel project, I mean, was the development of the TOR, a term of reference, and the website to create a community of the Printel project. So 3 persons took, as for me, key part in development, both the TOR and the Battle, the portal Battle. So for realization of this task, 4 BSU staff members attended training of trainers of on open educational resources. And now Vatl successfully operated for Belarusian State University. Now you can see some numbers. 8 staff members created open educational resources on the Vatl. 8 staff members engaged in Vatl virtual communities. And further promotion of innovative competencies is realized also by 6 staff members participated in the first information seminar and workshops on innovative teaching and learning in Yerevan this spring. And also the last work meetings were in September, as you remember, maybe 21 staff members from Belarusian, all Belarusian higher educational institutions were engaged by our speaker, Konstantin Mularchik, during master classes in this September. So moving to the impact of the project at BSU, I would show you really crucial shift towards virtual and blended teaching and learning. So here you can see really great situation. I remember, and this slide shows also that when the project began, there were a fairly small number of courses posted on the BSU educational portal. We use Moodle portal, and at the end of the 2020, that number had grown by nearly 80 times, 80. So that's more than, you can see 7,500%. So there is a number of understandable factors, of course, such as the pandemic and the demands of digitalization of education. But however, we absolutely appreciate and see the project's very large contribution to the training of our staff. In particular, the work of the center and the official professional development programs also. On the next slide, I would like to share with you and demonstrate the impact of the project on BSU infrastructure. What we have now is a really innovative infrastructure which has been created. So here you can see 3 technology enhanced classroom and also media studio. It's work great and lots of staff, students, master students, PhD students, and other employees use it. The results of the project's impact on the academic community are shown on the next slide. Indeed, general academic community much more aware of novelties in innovative teaching and learning, as well as project achievements. So all the activities, results, discussions, conclusions on the process of training of our staff were published and discussed on different platforms with a very large coverage. So there is a specialized inter-university portal in Belarus on creative education, Didact BSU by, created on the base of BSU. And here we posted all materials and information about our project. So it was useful for a big audience, not only for BSU or even our project partners. As well as on the International Web Office website, as well as on the site of Faculty of Advanced Training and social networks like Facebook, LinkedIn, and Contacte. And I would like to finish with a very important institutional changes, what were initiated by Printel project in BSU. So first one is that BSU staff upgrade their skills on a regular basis. So that's important. I mean, establishment of internal training system at BSU and teaching staff development center. The next one important institutional changes is educational and methodological laboratory, which helps to our colleagues, all the staff with their seminars, consultation on a regular basis also. An important novelty for BSU teachers based on the results of the project is connected with video content. So I mean, video courses designed by BSU staff are now accepted as evidence of their innovative activities, and as a result, they receive top ups to their salaries. So that's good also. And of course, at the moment, a large number of BSU faculty members are implementing teaching program, training program in the technology enhanced activity learning classroom. Thank you so much. That's all for now. I'm welcome with your questions, and thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much, Olga. Before moving on, I'd like again to remind the audience that you are welcome to come up with questions and address them to either all speakers or to particular speaker. Now, I would like to invite Maria Tsukanova from Brest State Technical University. She's a senior lecturer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, David. It's a great honor for me today. Sorry, just a moment. Yeah, to represent our university in this project. Thank you very much. So, from Brest State Technical University, here you can see we have some statistics. Yeah. 10 of our teachers were trained in foreign universities on innovative teaching methods. After that, 12 of us were trained online teaching methods during online trainings on the leading universities of Europe. We have established TSDC to develop innovative teaching methods. Our great achievement is the development of the policy of stimulating the implementation of innovative teaching methods that plays this year. We have 40 modernized courses. Of course, you understand that it's an official number, yeah, because many of us have modernized these courses due to the skills we got during the project. The total number of teachers who delivered these courses is 31, and 13% of our students are involved in these new innovative methods. We have equipped 3 classrooms during this project, conducted 2 master classes. Our 21 teachers are registered on the VATO portal, and 6 representatives from all our faculties, of our 6 faculties, are involved in the project. We have placed 28 courses on the VATO portal, conducted 26 training courses, and the total number of our teachers that were trained in the framework of the project and of the courses organized within our university is 150. And now let's look closer at this. First of all, on 2019, our working group created operational plan for teaching staff development centers that included leading specialists in teaching methods and teachers who were trained at European universities. 10 of our teachers were selected for training in 5 leading universities in the direction of innovative methods that I think it was carried out in the autumn of 2019. Here you can see some pictures. Maybe some of you will find yourself here. Yeah, our teachers visited 5 European universities and learned innovative teaching methods. And after they came back, they adopted teachers courses in Brest State Technical University. During February to May of 2020, 10 courses took place in our university. And during these courses, 133 teachers and specialists were trained, and that number is 30% more than we were planning to. Yeah, so there is high interest for this activity for further development of teaching skills among our teachers. 4 training courses were organized and conducted in Brest State Technical University, advanced training courses, and more than 50 people have been trained during these courses. About the equipment, equipment of 2 classes and 1 video studio was purchased by the project financing and supplied by the leading partner. Technical equipment for 3 classroom, of course, changed the level and innovative component of education in our university. It has become higher. From myself, I can say that it's great to work in such classroom. Sometimes students look at me like at a magician, yeah, and they become more involved in the process because we try to communicate with them by the means, that they used to communicate. So it's a great opportunity for me and for all my colleagues. On February and March, I think, 12 Brest State Technical University teachers were trained online, and it was me here in these 12 teachers in 5 foreign universities. And the purpose of these courses was to provide us with knowledge of basic online learning concepts and traditional classroom methods. And it was really helpful, really actual during the pandemic. And after that, we have developed and implemented our own courses based on the knowledge that we get during these courses, during these online courses. Here on the right corner, you can see that was my group. Yeah. 31 teachers from Brest II implemented innovative teaching methods, and more than 30 courses have been adapted to active use of innovative methods. Usually we use such methods as online discussions, group discussions, and brainstorming using mobile phones, individual and group projects, Zoom, Google Class, and Google Meet, Moodle, and gamification of the learning process. 8 publications were made about Printel project. You can see them. You can see the list of them. Here is the slide about what is working today, yeah, for us, and what we're sure will work in the future. Yeah, what means and what we will use in the future. First of all, Vatel platform. Which is the platform for creating, using, promoting. Many of our teachers have registered on this platform, and we encourage our colleagues to register here as well. The second that surely will be used in the future is the equipment of our classes. Today, this equipment is not only used for teaching our students from Brest, but also for teaching our students from foreign countries. For example, I use this equipment to teach my master students from China. The third is, of course, Teaching Staff Development Center. And the last here, but not least, is the policy of stimulating the implementation of innovative teaching methods of our educational institution. So what's great about this policy is that it is an official document, and the policy is enshrined in our collective agreement. So it surely will work for the future stimulating of teachers to make their courses more innovative. And in order to activate this process, there was adopted the regulation on the competition, the best innovative course of Brest State Technical University. Here you can see the objectives of this competition, which is improving, of course, the quality of the educational process, dissemination of advanced pedagogical experience, creation of a virtual discussion, stimulation and increasing the level of pedagogical skills, and increasing the social status and professionalism of our teachers, strengthening their public support. This year we have carried out the first competition. Yeah, it took place in our newly equipped classroom. So here you can see the winners of the first competition. There are 4 winners in different nominations: technical disciplines, IT disciplines, economic disciplines, and social and humanitarian disciplines. And I'm proud that the representative of our department, Elena Khutova, has the best innovative course in economic discipline, which is merchandising. So you can see our winners. The distance learning system that we use is based on Google Classroom and Moodle technologies. With students from Brest, we usually work through Google Classroom, and surely it helped us to survive during the pandemic. And Moodle, as for me, is mostly used with our foreign students. So here is the example of our Google Classrooms. Yeah, we can place our courses and students can easily get them. Yeah, our practical classes, and also conduct exams. On we conducted exams through Google platform. But today we're back to our classrooms, so we can do it offline. And there were, of course, some difficulties about when examining, because, of course, some students were cheating and there were difficulties. Here are examples of our using of Edpuzzle, gamification. Today we'll understand that we live in new pedagogical reality. The first is that is not new for us, yeah, that education is a lifelong learning, but I can see looking at my students that finally they understand that education is lifelong learning. We understand that educational paradigm is changing, and there is a changing attitude of students to work with information and didactic space of the educational process. We are really grateful for the coordinators of the course, and special thanks our coordinators sent to Armen Budalyan, yeah, and for our colleagues from Belarusian State University, because you have encouraged us to work effective, to work hard during this project, to find our internal resources to work on this, which of course stimulated to improve our skills. Well, thank you very much. We can but mention VETL project, which is for me is a great base to stay in contact and to share with each other of our achievements, of our thoughts, and of our advice. And what concerns me, this experience that I get during this project, those skills and knowledge, they have made me more confident and more sure about what and how I teach students. And I'm grateful for the communication that we have had during this project, as with our foreign colleagues, yeah, and with the colleagues from my university. And I can say that it's created a professional but still warm atmosphere. And today, even if we teach online, we are not alone, yeah, in our classroom or online classroom, because all the skills and all the knowledge we have get is based on the knowledge of such a professional community. So thank you very much.
Lilith, we don't hear you, sorry.
I apologize. I wanted to thank you for the injection of positiveness. Thank you very much for that. And I would like to invite now Valko Natalia from Yanka Kupola State University of Grodno. She is an associate professor.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah.
I can. Yes, we do.
Just a minute. I'll open my presentation. Wait a minute, please. So I'm Natalia Valko. I'm associate professor of General Physics Department, and I'd like to present the main outputs and outcomes of Printel projects in Yanka-Kupala State University. Before I start, I'd like say many thanks our colleagues for opportunity to take part in these projects, for improving our skills, and I'd like to say many thanks our team. It consists from different associate professors and teachers and researchers. So, according to our main, I'm sorry, what happens? Just a minute. Do you have any question? Okay, according to our main goal of the projects, I mean improving of pedagogical skills of teachers. All members of YUKSUK team were studied in leading universities of Europe. And on the base of their knowledge, they development, they different designed their own personal courses, and laboratory of educational innovators at our university was transformed into the Teaching Staff Development Center. I'd like to say that mission of Teaching Staff Development Center is raising of teaching staff innovative educational competence by implementation of innovative educational technologies in accordance with the university strategy, prospects, and direction of higher education development in the Republic of Belarus. As can you see, this center consists of technology-enhanced active learning classroom, which was equipped due Printel projects, and multimedia lecture recording studio. I must say that all our teachers from YUKSUK team designed their own taught courses, such as video as learning tool for teachers and students, video lecturing and promoting interaction in the classroom, and hybrid teaching and learning, active learning in the flipped classroom, and active learning and ICT enhanced teaching and learning and gamification. So all training of trainers courses you can see on this slide. I must highlight that during pandemic period, we were practiced the educational online training in YUKSUK, and all information about our courses was disseminated in websites of our university, Printel site, and different social nets. As for the second aim of the project, I mean the development of battle portal. I'd like to highlight that all members of our team were registered in battle portal and disseminate their designing cases in this portal. Moreover, all members of our team were registered in different virtual groups. So due the project in our university was development the program and promotion criteria for application of innovative and technology enhanced. So according to the rank, we've got 3 leaders of this ranking. So you know. These are members, Svetlana Hanchar, Dean of Philology Faculty, Irina Krylykova, and Svetlana Viskevich. So at least I'd like to say a few words about sustainability of the Printel projects in YUKSUK. So we will so I must say that taught courses will be twice a year. Then we will use the regulation of the ranking of faculty members. So the competition educator of innovator will be once a year. So we will use the regulation of innovative educational activities. And this position were implemented in university strategy for 2021 till 2025. So I must thank you for your attention, say thank you for your attention, and I'd like to welcome to our city.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Natalia. You have a beautiful city. And I believe everyone would love to visit your city. Whenever, you know, pandemics or other challenges allow us. If I may, I would like to address a couple of questions to honorable speakers. First of all, I'd like to know how Wattle portal has helped to build confidence in novice teachers. And probably we could start with Maria, because she was quite elaborate on the issue. And please, Maria.
Okay, thank you. I didn't heard what Wattle helped to.
Wattle portal helping build confidence in novice teachers. New teachers, newly employed teachers.
Newly employed teachers. Really, I don't know. No, maybe I'm as the teacher who get back to teaching after 3 years break. I should say I get to the university with such a sense that I can give something new to my student, because they seem to me to be so clever and intelligent. And I was afraid that they won't listen to me, that the tools that I use won't be appropriate for them. And but when I took part in the courses, and when I read the articles on the Wattle portal, it made me feel that I'm not alone with these senses, that even such even teachers with more experience that I have, they have the same questions, and as of course it made me more confident, and I can't say by the part of other teachers, but for me it really helped to understand that there are a lot of questions that should be solved during the teaching process, but they can be solved if we work on them together and if we share experience with the teachers from other universities and even from our university, because sometimes it's difficult to address to someone offline. Yeah, but online you can see that your thoughts are shared.
That's very important. Thank you very much for sharing your personal experience. Thank you very much for that. Probably, if other speakers have anything to say or add, probably.
Yes, Lily, could I add some words about Wattle portal, because you know, I was quite active at that portal, and as for me, because the tool that forums persist for a long time and many questions are repeated. So, for example, for new teachers or for some teachers who have questions on the teaching and learning methods and methodics, so it's very important to give support and get it from the forums, as from my point of view. So I would say that since the portal involves open educational courses in our large international community, it can be very useful to sharing experience within the project community. So that's an interesting tool for both, for university and their staff, and for our project community, even in some years, I believe, really.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I can say a few words too. So I can highlight that as for me, Wattle portal is very convenient because I can communicate with different teachers and I can share with my experience and teaching technologies, and I can ask any device and I can talk with different teachers, and moreover, I can get any information about teaching and learning and different technologies.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I would also love to know a little bit about your experiences. You had to cover loads of information and develop lots of digital skills during the pandemics and even before. How did it affect the balance of, the time spending on the reflection over the teaching process? Did you have enough time to focus and improve the teaching process with the requirements of developing so many digital skills?
I can say that teaching and preparation for each hour lesson, it's always a hard process. But as for me, using these new methods really helps. It helps to keep a balance. Yeah? Still, I know that many of teachers, maybe not many, but I know some examples. It was difficult for them because they simply hadn't enough time to look through this method, to understand if they are convenient for them, even though in the future this methods could save this time to them. Yeah, they simply couldn't take it. But if you come to each lesson as for something new, if you try to keep it up to date, you will use any methods. It can be either digital, either something else, but why not it won't be digital?
Thank you. Perhaps the rest of the colleagues would like to elaborate a little bit on the idea of time and learning balance.
Okay, Lilith, could I add some words on this really big problem? Because as for me, I'm absolutely workaholic, if we can say like that. So that's really was a big challenge for me to keep this balance between working process and rest process. And moreover, I'm very inspired by feedback from my students, my colleagues. So I do sometimes 4, 5, 6 hours one incredible task. For example, I remember my first experience on the platform Genially. We studied it during our taught courses. That was really full night, you know. I was absolutely unready to work the next day, so that was challenging. But you know, after some time passed, I found this kind of balance. I start to use only one new tool every week. So I had even a rule in my mind. So only one tool, not more. So that was useful. And you know, my experience showed me that my students can help me. For example, when I couldn't find some insight how to make my, for example, preparation easier, I asked them to help me with understanding of some tools, because that was really some video, especially for me, it was absolutely
co-ownership.
Yeah, you're correct.
Lesson, wonderful. Yeah.
So that's only, from my opinion, that's only our own decision how we plan our work, our balance between the working process and our free time and rest. Yeah.
What you have just said is very valuable, because it is an important part of student centrism. And and my next question was about student centrism, how all these innovative methods have helped you to improve the student centrism that of classes that are delivered in your educational institutions. But probably Natalia, would you like to comment, or you could comment on any of these?
Yes, we're going to say a few words about our teachers that were trained in our TSDS, in our teacher center, and on the base of the feedback. Yes, I can conclude that they got balance between face-to-face teaching and online teaching, because they've got knowledge and they improve their skills in ICT technologies. And I think it's a very good result for our center.
Thank you, girls. And just probably the last question to all of you, with the help of all these innovations and technological advancements, did you manage to deliver HyFlex learning experience give this experience to your learners? Probably I should explain a little bit about HyFlex learning experience. The idea is that they can learn at their own time, probably. So making their experience truly student-centered.
You know, Lilith, maybe, I'm sorry because maybe I don't understand your question correctly. But what I would share with you in general on our experience, on my own experience, that's about the value of the project and how can I, by myself and with my colleagues, share with these results and make them make it very, very useful. So I think the results of the project really significance for universities of Belarus, absolutely. And I'm very, very grateful for to the community that was formed within the support of the project. And I don't think any of us should go through all these difficulties alone. So my main idea is that we can support each other. So the most valuable resource that is important for me, maybe for others also, is the community. So yes, what I would like to share with you.
Thank you. That's very important. How about the other participants? Probably you would like to come up with some.
Is it clear for me your question? I can say that we transfer the information that we got in European universities by our lectures, by designing our lectures and our courses.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think all your presentations were quite detailed and covered all the possible questions. And I'm quite grateful for your answers, and they were very important for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
Well, I think we could call that all this process, the Q&A process and follow-up discussion was successful, and we can move on to the next stage of today's conference, which is the wrap-up and closing address part. And I'm honored to give the floor again to Jan-Erik Lundqvist from Linköping University. Professor, probably you would like to come up with some sum-up speech?
Not only me, my friend, also together with Doris from Johanneum in Graz. We are two people who would like to make some kind of wrapping up of this full day of presentations. Before we start, Doris, I would like to express my big gratitude for all the presenters who had made fantastic presentations, excellent PowerPoints, very clear, very detailed, and very impressive figures we have seen there. So thank you once again for what you have contributed with today. A big conference. Now we have to discuss a little, Doris, how we look upon what we have heard from our point of view. So if I start to say a word, I'm very impressed. I'm very, very impressed what you have achieved. I must say that, because we have followed the project from a distance a little from Europe, but now we have seen today how much you have created inside your countries, how much outcomes you have created that we have just heard about a little, but now we have seen it in very detailed. And again, the figures you have given us are more than impressive. The multiplying effect of this project is a huge step forward. But there are other things we can discuss also, because from the Commission's point of view, there are two issues they always stress in projects like this: dissemination and sustainability. If they can't see that, they are not so happy. But we have seen today how you have created dissemination and sustainability. And we can talk about that a little, what we have heard about these two issues, Doris. How do you judge the sustainability effect of this project?
Thank you very much, Jan-Erik, for passing on the words to me. And let me please first also share what you have said. I completely agree with your statement that today's conference has shown that this capacity building project has been highly successful. And I think we feel honored and privileged that we could be on board in this project. And Jan-Erik and I, we have the honor to speak now for a couple of minutes. And I'm sure we can also speak on behalf of all Western European partners, also from Porto, Barcelona, Leuven, that we could see that this project has been highly successful. And I think there are especially two reasons for this. First of all, the high commitment of all participating people. And this has been highly visible in this conference today, with all presenters being important multipliers. And this brings us also to sustainability, by the way. And furthermore, I can really say, I have rarely, maybe never, seen an EU project that has been under such a fabulous leadership as this one. And I would like to say a very big thank you and a great appreciation to our coordinator, to Armen Budagian and Mari Santurian. Thank you so much. I think it has been a pleasure working with you, and the high success of this project is really also very largely your achievement. And if we would all be in a room now, we would clap our hands very loudly, so we can only say it like this. So your leadership has been amazing. Very, I would say, with a big vision for the importance of the project, and then also rigid in the small details, which is also important in a European Union project. So thank you very, very much.
Doris, when we see now the outcome of this project, we understand how genius Armen and Mari designed the project with the modules they introduced in the project, and how these modules have been multiplied and very effective in the achievement of the project. When I see through the application and what they have heard today, how they designed the different steps, how they designed a very logic development of the project, and how they created issues that are sustainable. They created, for example, this virtual portal, a virtual academy. They created a kind of annual international conference on the issues we have discussed today. It will be repeated in the future. And they have also created a lot of centers for training, where they train people in a way that amazing. How many people have been trained during these 3+1 years? A fantastic figure we've seen here. So the multiplying effect of this project is enormous. So dissemination, I see, is no problem. They have disseminated more than could be expected from a project like this. And from sustainability, as we also have heard, they have so many things that will continue the day after tomorrow as well. It will not stop here. It's just started. They have created networks. They have this portal. They will come together again. They go to the conference. They will organize. They do a lot of things. And also, not only in the participating institutions, they have spread their ideas of the project to other institutions in their country. We heard about that from Georgia, for example. They set up courses for other institutions, not just the one in the project here. Again, a very interesting multiplying effect and dissemination. So there's so many things to say, Doris, about the project.
Exactly. No, I couldn't agree more. And when it comes to sustainability, I was also of the opinion that Olga Malashenkova, now from the Belarusian State University, just pointed out that it's this community that has been formed through the project. And we all know this is a capacity building project in higher education. And we could see that it has led to changes in the organizational culture in the participating universities and beyond, as you have just pointed out, Jan-Erik. Also in changes in the skills of the lecturers. And so I'm also convinced that there are enough structures and also processes that have been implemented which will make this project sustainable. So like the Printel seed that has been planted has already grown into a beautiful tree, I would say, and it will bear fruits, many fruits in the future. And there are enough people who will regularly water the tree so that it will flourish.
Well, we must remember, all of us as academic teachers, we do this for our students. We do this for their future career and their possibilities to find new jobs and have a good outcome in life. So what we prepare now, what we try to achieve, what we try to implement is for their best. We would like to see them as well educated as possible, with the best instruments to use in their future career, and with modern instruments, and also with the respect for other people's thinking and doing. So this kind of learning processes we have implemented in this project will give them so much more, I hope, than just the ordinary academic education process. It gives them more of soft skills, for example, more of training that they can use later on. So I'm very happy to see how many students have been affected or will be affected by this project, because there are so many teachers that have been who have been trained, and they will, like rings on the water, spread and spread and spread. And as I said this morning, if you don't are on the boat, you have to come up soon on it, because the students will vote with their feet. They ask for this kind of training environment that I have seen now from other colleagues, and there will be an internal pressure to develop further. But in the balance with possibilities and mentality, don't go too quickly. Do it in a way that everyone feels happy with it. Otherwise, the backlash can be too hard, and it could destroy a lot. So Doris, you mentioned also this morning how important it is with some kind of incentives and certificates when people do in-house training. What have you heard about that today?
We could see that in the participating universities now, I think there is a clear understanding about the necessity of being innovative teachers. This has been well fostered in the participating universities. And so we can trust that all the participating universities have implemented the centers and will maintain this system of incentives. And also in a way, as an additional benefit from such a project, we have seen that a strong relationship was built among the participating higher education institutions. So now we have identified common research interests, and also that we are able to stay in touch and to hopefully, we should plan for that actually, that we have also future meetings, online meetings like this one here, that maybe once a year, hopefully, we could take turns in organizing a follow-up workshop where we inform each other about the newest developments and actually keep on sharing our inspiration about how to best educate our students for the dynamic changes in the work environment.
The big ball has been rolling, and it's impossible to stop it now. So there will be different activities in the future, perhaps new projects, perhaps other activities where many of us will be participating in some way or another. But this network that has been created now among the participants in this Printel project will stay alive, I hope, You know that you can always rely on partners who do the same job as you do, and continue to develop this network, because it's very fruitful to have such a network when you build up a new structure in your country, in an area where perhaps you are on the edge of development, and now you can go further and do much, much more by support from each other. And also between the three countries, of course, you should keep this network alive. We in Europe are also there for you if you need help and support, and we are more than willing to continue discussion with you, of course. So to round up a little, Doris, can we say that on behalf of all of us, we are more than happy that we have been invited to take part in this fantastic project. It's a privilege for us to be on board, and we have enjoyed it a lot. And I can understand from all of us in Europe how much we appreciate this project. And from the partners in the partner countries, I have heard today how happy they are with the project, how enthusiastic they are with the project. So it's been a big success for all of us. So again, I say it again, to the leaders of the project, Armen and Mari, our big hug from all of us, that you have done this possible and that you have managed to run the project in such a good way. A good management is important. Without a good management, it can crash. But you had a fantastic, efficient management of this project, and now we see the result. Everybody, I think, is very happy. So that's, Doris, we can round up by these words, and there might be some final comments from Armen, who would like to finally close the whole project and the conference. From our side, Doris and myself, thank you very much for what you have done.
Thank you and congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jan-Erik. Thank you, Doris, for such a good words about project, about its results, about project big team. Thank you very much for that. Now, I would like to say some closing words as a closing address to all participants. So, dear participants, dear colleagues, and dear friends, today it was the final official event organized under the Printel project, and I am very grateful to all of you for your interest in the Printel, its results and achievements. We are very happy that by this we had a chance to share the results of our work, knowledge, know-how, and experience gained during the course of the project. For us, especially for project beneficiary institutions from Armenia, Georgia, and Belarus, the most important thing now is to ensure sustainability of the project main activities, namely related to the professional development of trainers, training and retraining of teachers on new innovative T&L methods, constantly upgrade technologies that we use for the instruction, and the most important thing, to intensively apply the new methods in regular classes with students, because the final destination of our efforts in this area is the classroom, independently physical or virtual. And the second follow-up strategy of this project should be promotion, appraisal, and dissemination of good practices in teaching and learning in order to make tangible impact both at institutional and national levels. The teachers equipped with the contemporary knowledge, skills, and know-how in their professional area, and as well as in the methods, tools, and technologies to effectively transfer their knowledge to students, should become the most valuable asset of our universities and must be appraised continually. As I already mentioned, the teachers should not be just lecturers, but designers of learning methods and environments to transfer experiential knowledge and skills for the real-life situations. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to our colleagues from Catholic University of Leuven, Wim and Chris, Joan Thomas from University of Barcelona, Maria Pinto from University of Porto, Jan-Erik and Peter from Linköping University, and Doris and Ingrid from FA German Graz for their effective and dedicated work within the project, for transfer of know-how and skills, sharing experiences, and for delivering high-class trainings, and for many other activities they have implemented in a very professional way. And many thanks also to partners from Georgia, from Belarus, and from Armenia for being part of this team. Their aspiration for making change in their university and for mutual learning from each other. And last but not least, great thanks to my colleagues from project management team, Mari and Nelly, as well as Arthur, Lilith, Anna, Serop, and many others who helped to organize this event and were actively involved in all the major activities. And once again, many thanks to all of you for joining the Printel big team today. And I wish you all the best in your professional and personal life. Goodbye and good luck. Thank you.
Bye-bye.